three-dimensional transforming musical linguistic objects. Elf machines.
Greetings from Cyberdelic Space. I'm Lorenzo, and I'm your host here in the Psychedelic Salon. You know, I have to admit that I had a lot of fun putting today's program together. In one of my never-ending attempts to get better organized, I was cleaning out a closet and came across some old cassette tapes from a weekend workshop I'd taken with Terence Mckenna. It was, as the old-timers would say, it was back in the summer of '98. And it was an interesting workshop. Terence gave it at a place that he called a New Age watering hole, and so I guess I should probably leave that nameless for now. And there were about 60 of us in the group, maybe as many as 80, I don't know, but we had our first session on Friday night and spent a couple hours going around the circle, and everybody told a little bit about themselves. And, you know, I was really blown away to see the wide range of people who had been drawn together for that weekend. It was quite interesting to see just every profession and race and creed, and even people from all over the different countries were there. It was just a real eclectic group. And you know, I went alone, but actually I left with several friends that I know I'm going to have for the rest of my life. So it was a great weekend. And Terence, of course, was really at the top of his form, I think, then. In fact, I've already played the rap that he and Ralph Abraham did that Saturday night, the one about the World Wide Web and the Millennium. Those were our podcasts 19 and 20, in case you missed them. What I'm going to play right now, though, is a cut from the Saturday morning session that begins with a question about how the Internet figured into Terence's time wave theory. And from there, well, I tell you what, let's just listen to the master, the one and only Terence McKenna.
The original prediction was that there would be a deep plunge into novelty in 1996, that it would be the deepest plunge in the 90s. But that was based on my mathematics before John Sheliak corrected it. Once his corrections were factored in, it showed that there was a deep plunge into novelty where I said it was in 96, but that it wasn't the deepest, it was the second deepest. The deepest was, I believe, in 93, in fall of 93, which was right when the Internet was going public and the World Wide Web was coming into being and all that was happening. The plunge that I predicted in 96, I felt pretty good about, because right near the place where I predicted the maximum amount of novelty, we got within 10 days of each other the announcement of the Martian meteorite with fossils in it, which has since been hassled over royally. I'm aware of that, but still, I think it was a watershed moment that the President of the United States felt the need to address the nation on the subject of extraterrestrial life. Was a rare moment. And then within 8 days of that announcement was the announcement of Dolly, the cloning of the sheep in England, which again, if certain scenarios come to pass, that will be a moment, you know, the point the human race passed from which there was no going back then, because basically if you can clone a sheep, you can clone a human being. And these technologies are all rushing upon us. I mean, the body is being dissolved as much by advanced medical technology as it is by cyberspace and the Internet. I read this story, this amazing story recently, set slightly in the future, and this guy has been in this very bad accident, and virtually nothing has survived but his brain. But they have a medical technology that they can take a fragment of flesh and clone him, and then with hormones rapidly age the infant, so that in 2 years there will be a brand new adult body for his brain to be transplanted in. And these people have this fantastic medical policy, but the fine print says that the brain can be kept alive, must be kept alive by a medically approved method, but the insurance company reserves the right to choose the cheapest method. And the cheapest method is implant into the body wall of the co-signatory of the insurance policy. So this woman carries her husband's brain for 2 years inside her body cavity while his body is being grown to manhood for the transplant. Hey, it's a dilemma we all may face someday. Yes. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about novelty and psychedelics and the language that changes through the use of them. I remember reading Maria Sabina saying that the mushrooms spoke a different language to her after people like Watson came down and began to use them. They went from Spanish to English, from Catholic mushrooms to, I don't know, Harvard mushrooms or something.
Harvard mushrooms.
Mushrooms, I don't know. So I haven't spoken with people that have taken DMT, sorry. In the 60s very much. The people I've talked to that did said they were so overwhelming they could not even understand the language. I haven't read about this anywhere. Maybe you can.
Well, there aren't many places you can read about it. One place you can read about it is there's a book edited by Michael Harner called Hallucinogens and Shamanism, Oxford University Press. And there's an essay in there by Henry Munn called The Mushrooms of Language, which is one of the most eloquent and beautiful essays ever written on psilocybin. It's so wonderful. Henry Munn. Then harder to get, but equally interesting, is a doctoral study that a guy named Horace Beach did at CIIS, and it's called something like The Perception of Audio Phenomenon Under the Influence of Psilocybin. And he interviewed Bay Area psilocybin heads about their experiences with language. And it's very interesting. This is a very interesting area of discussion. On DMT and on psilocybin, and they are closely related, psilocybin being 4-phosphoryloxyN and dimethyltryptamine, the phosphorylated form of DMT, though they do not degrade into one pathway in the body. It's a parallel pathway. DMT is NN dimethyltryptamine. These psychedelics particularly seem to impact the language-forming portion of the brain. And this produces truly bizarre states of mind, because it's the language-forming part of your brain that is explaining to you moment to moment what is going on. You know, now I am eating, now I am having sex, now I am flashing on DMT. And when that part of the brain gets foobarred, then you really do have a puzzlement on your hands, because the machinery of description itself has been caught up in the process. On DMT, these entities, these machine-like, diminutive, shape-shifting, faceted machine elf-type creatures that come bounding out of the state. They come bounding out of my stereo speakers if I have my eyes open. They are like, they're elfin embodiments of syntactical intent. Somehow syntax, which is normally the invisible architecture behind language, has moved into the foreground. And you can see it. I mean, it's doing calisthenics and acrobatics in front of you. It's crawling all over you. And what's happened is that your categories have been scrambled or something, and this thing which is normally supposed to be invisible and in the background and an abstraction has come forward and is doing handsprings right in front of you. And the thing makes linguistic objects. It sheds syntactical objectification so that it comes toward you. They come toward you, they divide, they merge, they're bounding, they're screaming, they're squeaking, and they hold out objects which they sing into existence or which they pull out of some other place. And these things are like jewels and lights, but also like consomme and old farts and yesterday and high speed. In other words, they are made of juxtapositions of qualities that are impossible in three-dimensional space. What they're like is, and in fact this is probably what they are, what they're like is they're like 3 and 4 and 5-dimensional puns. And you know how the pleasure of a pun lies in the fact that it's not that the meaning flickers from A to B, it's that it's simultaneously A and B, and when the pun is really funny, it's an A, B, C, D pun, and it's simultaneously all these things. Well, that quality, which in our experience can only occur to an acoustical output or a glyph, which stands for an acoustical output, in other words, a printed pun, in the DMT world, objects can do this. Objects can simultaneously manifest more than one nature at once. And like a pun, the result is always funny. It's amusing. You cannot help but be delighted by this thing doing this thing. Well, so these syntactical animals or these linguistic elves are pulling this stuff out and gesturing with it, pushing it in your face, saying, look at this, and you are fascinated, pulled into it, because each one is, what? How can this be happening? It's not, we're not in the world anymore. We're not in the world. No artist, however gifted, could make one of these objects because they have qualities, extremely difficult to language qualities that no object in this world has. And so you're trying to wrap your mind and say, my God, what is it? Because in spite of the fact that it's just a little thing, you can tell by looking at it that its implications are earth-shaking. In other words, that if I could suddenly pull one of these things out of hyperspace and we would all look at it, we would all realize that that was the ball game right there. That somehow this proved it, was it, did it, ended it, started it, made it clear. How can this be? Well, I don't know. You had to be there, sort of. And then what lies behind this, or as you try to analyze the situation, you realize that these objects that these things are making are made by utterances. That sound is how this trick is done. And meanwhile, these things are saying or beaming at you. The general vibe is, strangely enough, do not give way to astonishment. Do not abandon yourself to wonder. Get a grip. Try to get a grip and notice what we're doing. Pay attention. This is the mantra. Pay attention. Pay attention. Well, somebody once asked me, is it dangerous? And the answer is only if you fear death by astonishment. But death by astonishment is entirely possible. I'm not kidding. I mean, you are so fucking astonished that you've never felt your astonishment circuits get a workout like that before. I mean, what is astonishment in this world? It's like, oh, this is a different form of astonishment. This is, So, and then the whole notion that's being pushed here is do this thing, do this activity, do as we do. And you can sort of feel your intentionality or your inner something or other reorganizing, and there's this like heat. It's quite akin to heartburn. I won't metaphysicize it, but heat in your stomach, and it just moves up, and then your mouth flies open, and this stuff comes out, which is a very highly articulated, syntactically controlled, non-English, non-European language behavior of some sort. Not, strictly speaking, though I call it glossolalia, it strictly speaking is not glossolalia. Glossolalia has been carefully studied, and it's a trance-like state. On the floors of these Pentecostal churches in Guatemala, they measured pools of saliva 16 inches across from people who were in ecstatic glossolalia. This is much more conscious, much more controlled. It's almost like a kind of spontaneous singing, but your mind steps aside and this linguistic stuff comes out and you can see it. That's the amazing thing. It is not to be heard, even though it is carried as an acoustical signal. Its meaning resides in what happens to it when the acoustical signal is processed by the visual cortex. That's the important thing. It is a new kind of language. It's a visible, three-dimensional language. It's not something I ever heard about, or any mystical tradition I ever heard about anticipated. But it's as though the process or the project of language, which according to academic linguists began no more than 50,000 years ago, the process of doing language in us is not yet finished. And this thing we do with small mouth noises and each of us consulting our own learned dictionary and quickly decoding each other's intent, this is a stumble bum, cobbled together, half-assed way to do language. And what we're on the brink of, or what these psychedelic states seem to hold out, is a much more seamless kind of fusion of minds by generating topological manifolds that we look at rather than that we localize into designated meaning. And I didn't mention ayahuasca in this rap, but ayahuasca being along with the mushrooms, a natural and shamanically used for many millennia doorway into these places. And what you find in ayahuasca groups in the upriver tribal situation is people, the whole way the ayahuasca taking is set up is to facilitate singing. The shamans get loaded, then they sing, then they go outside and take a leak and smoke and talk. And in those intervals you hear people say things like, I liked the violet and yellow part, but I thought the olive drab with the silver spattering was way over the top. And you think, what kind of a critique of a song is that? Well, it's the critique of a song that is designed to be looked at. Nobody talks about the sound. Everybody talks about the visual impression left by the sound. And it was these groups, these ayahuasca-taking groups, that when the German ethnographers got into the Amazon in the early part of the 20th century, they called this chemical telepathine. they recognized, that, and the reputation of ayahuasca is group states of mind. Well, if you're naive, then you think you're going to hear everybody thinking. No, you're going to see everyone thinking. You're going to see what people mean. And it's not that surprising when you think of it, because obviously the world arrives at the surface of our skin as a seamless body of electromagnetic and acoustical and pheromonal data. It's just that our eyes, our nostrils, our ears, our skin, we break up this incoming flow of data. And now we're close to McLuhan country here. I think what this hints at is that print skewed our perceptual apparatus, or our style of parsing perceptual data toward the acoustic space, so that for us thought became a voice, and very early in the Western tradition this is so. Jehovah is a voice in the Old Testament. The Logos is a voice in Hellenistic philosophy. We're the people of the voice. But apparently, there's a passage in Philo-Judaeus where he talks about the etymology of the word Israel. And he says Israel means he who sees God. He who sees God. And then he says, he poses the question to himself, what is the more perfect logos? And then he says, the more perfect logos is that logos which goes from being heard to being seen without ever passing over a moment of noticeable transition. Well, I've actually seen this happen in psychedelic states, where you will be lying in silent darkness, you hear distant music, and as the music gets closer, it's like a band with lights and drums coming over a hill. As the music gets louder, it seems to physically approach, and a confusion of light turns into, pa, brass band, dancing elves, cavorting harlequins, and less easily described denizens of the imagination. And then it all goes thumping and marching past and disappears. But it's a perfect example of light and sound arriving together in the hallucinogenic space. The fact that we've talked here, or mentioned, that we have DMT in our pineal glands, in our brains, what we haven't said is we also have compounds in that same organ, very much like what's in ayahuasca. Occurring in the human pineal gland is a compound called adenosine. But when you give it its physical chemical nomenclature, it turns out it's 6-methoxy-tetrahydroharmalan. It's a very near relative of harmine and harmaline. So it doesn't strain me to believe that perhaps in looking at this phenomenon, we have actually put our finger on the place, the cutting edge of the evolution of consciousness right now at the biochemical level. What's happening is there's a shifting or an acceleration of the concentration of harmine-like alkaloids and DMT in the human pineal, and it's affecting our ability to process language, and it's pushing and exacerbating a bias toward visual understanding. And I see this then also reinforced and accelerated by the evolution of media. In the last 150 years, we go from photography to color photography to moving colored photography with sound, with stereophonic sound, and pointing toward virtual reality with more and more money to be made at each step of the way, and clearly with the amounts of money now, we're outspending defense for entertainment. We will produce simulacrums of imaginary worlds, and engineering bench tests will be to make it as much like Hawaii as possible, or as much like Tibet as possible. But what people will really want to do with these things is make worlds as strange as we can stand that are in these virtual places. So whether it comes through a natural evolution of the human nervous system, or the evolution of an advanced interface with prostheses that create virtual realities, I think the transformation of how we do language is part of this acceleration into singularity. Yeah.
I believe you made a reference in one of your books to Julian Jaynes' book, The Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown of Bicameral Mind. And the way we evolved, and God was like an auditory hallucination before, I guess, our consciousness really developed, and we were thinking human beings.
Yeah, Julian Jaynes, it didn't win him too many friends, but he wrote a big book and had this theory that this thing, which we call the ego, is so recent in human beings that it actually didn't exist at the time of Homer. And he goes into Homer and he shows that the God always breaks through in situations of crisis and danger. And he felt that before Homeric times, people were essentially like ants or something, that their behavior was largely instinctual, and that the only time they encountered this phenomenon of free will, the interrupting of the instinctual pattern, was in situations of great crisis and impending danger. And then this thing would literally almost come out of the sky and say, "Get your ass out of there, save yourself." Well, then over time, this ability to access this higher informational thing was like, again, the metaphor of encysted, closed over with the membrane of the self and made part of the machinery of the self, and that this is what the ego is. The ego is a Greek god that you have frozen like an ice cube behind your eyes, and that you think you are this thing. And that, this is just a cultural myth, a necessary weird idea, no more a true statement about the nature of the mind of the hominidae than anything else. One of the conclusions that novelty theory leads to in terms of its feedback into social, stuff, here and now stuff, is the idea that culture is not your friend, that culture is an impediment to understanding what's going on. That's why, to my mind, the word cult and the word culture have a direct relationship to each other. Culture is a cult, and if you feel revulsion at the thought of somebody offering to the great carrot or tithing to some squirrely notion, just notice that your own culture is an extremely repressive cult that leads to all kinds of humiliation and degradation and automatic and unquestioned and unthinking behavior. There's a tendency to want to celebrate culture, springing both from the French deconstructionists and their fascination with culture, and then the effort to build pride through ethnicity thing. Well, that's all very fine, but I think the cultures we should all revere are our ancestral cultures. The cultures most of us have our roots in. The actual culture we came from was probably fairly squirrely. I mean, the American family is what keeps American psychotherapy alive and well. And this is a cauldron for the production of neurosis and, in some cases, little else. So, part of what psychedelics do is they decondition you from cultural values. This is what makes it such a political hot potato. If there's anything, since all culture is a kind of con game, the most dangerous candy you can hand out is candy which causes people to start questioning the rules of the game. So you can have a Stalinist state, a parliamentary democracy, and a theocratic state, and they all can agree on one thing, that psychedelics are just terrible because, then citizens start asking all kinds of hard questions, and the devotion to the values of the fatherland become mired in pseudo-intellectual discourse, and the next thing you know, somebody has to be shipped off to the camps in order to right the situation.
Or even our own structures are dissolved, and we're frightened of that, or taking illusions in that regard.
Oh yeah, no, it definitely works in the personal life. Like I've been building a house in Hawaii, and while I've been building it, I've definitely cut back my intake of psychedelics because I don't want the answer to the question, is this a good idea, until it's too late to do anything about it. It's like St. Augustine's prayer, God grant me chastity and continence, but not yet. Yeah.
One of the big ideas that seems to be in the notion of the archaic revival is that the whole big thing is really conscious and alive. The universe, the galaxy, the larger entities, and that's interesting because it's a traditional belief that's held by non-modern, non-scientific cultures. And if in fact our belief systems are taking us in that direction such that that makes sense to us, it's really interesting, but it also sort of upsets the current description of evolution within the Darwinian dogma, because that seems to be, based on the idea that it's all very random and it's just all material and life is a big accident that's moving forward. So I think that one of the ideas that you're talking about today is teleology, that whether or not when we really want to talk about evolution and how evolution as a theory is going to itself evolve and absorb this idea, comes down to whether or not these larger things have in fact some kind of direction behind them, which is what I think your work and observations imply. And so I thought one day about how to understand that, and I had a question, which is whether or not you can talk about creativity as having a fractal nature, since self-similarity shows you at various levels similar principles. And since on our level, as human beings, anything that we make, we first think about. It begins as thought, and then it becomes matter.
Right.
And so if creativity could be seen as having a fractal dimension, it would be a way to talk about all kinds of creation by simply understanding it at the level at which we see it. And it would suggest that to modify the Big Bang theory a little bit, before there's a Big Bang, there would have to be a big thought. And you kind of move along with that idea. So I want to ask you to comment on that, but also in relation to the idea that is also contained in evolution about the origin of language, because some of the things you're speaking about from your DMT experiences have a funny resonance with creation stories, like Adam and Eve naming the animals. And I've never really been all that comfortable with the idea that language would evolve out of grunts and groans when guys like Chomsky say it's all organized as a big system in language, and all kinds of languages can be very different, but inside they always have these structures. And nature and ecosystems and languages always seem to pop out fully formed and integrated. So, is there any possible way that we could think that language, rather than evolving from grunts and groans, evolved in the opposite direction? That the first time language was used, it was used with the power that you ascribe to the machine elves. That it was something that was done carefully and precisely because it could manifest form, or something like that.
Well,
in terms of one more idea, in terms of how new species come into being, the only idea that we really get to allow into the theory of evolution is that it's an accident, that there will be a mutation and a new species similar to another species will be born and it will survive and that will lead to a new species. But I have a logical problem with that in that any female creature which gives birth to a new species is going to perceive that species as a birth defect and is maybe not going to want it to survive. And then there's only one. And so that Barbara Cloud book I read talked about 9 dimensions and said the 6th dimension was the morphogenetic field from which all species and organisms evolve. So I was kind of thinking maybe along the lines of the metaphor of the computer. There's a software program in which new species are developed and designed, and the whole way in which they integrate themselves into existing ecosystems, etc., somehow or other all gets worked out, and there's a mystery that we don't see and don't understand by which these new forms come into being. And maybe they all come into being at once with 1,000 or 1,000,000 creatures instead of just one having to struggle.
Well, all this raises a lot of stuff, most of which I can't remember because of my devotion to cannabis. But let's go back to the thing about language and
the origins of language.
Yeah, the origins of language. Let's talk about that for a minute. I think that I've been thinking about this because I've been writing about it, and here's what I've come up with. Part of what makes it difficult for us to think about language clearly in English is that this word language is used by us to mean spoken language, and it also means the general class of linguistic activity, as in computer language, body language, so forth and so on. And to think clearly about language, we need to have a clear distinction between spoken language and the general syntactical organization of reality. Language, because that is old. Honeybees do it, dolphins do it, termites do it, they all do it different ways, octopi do it. There is much of language in nature. In fact, you could argue that all of nature is a linguistic enterprise because the DNA essentially is a symbolic system. Those codons which code for protein are arbitrarily assigned, in other words by convention. There is no chemical relationship between the codons and the proteins they code for, any more than there is a relationship between an English word and the thing it intends. Those are just conventionalized by probability over time. So language is deep in nature. What is not deep in nature is speech. Speech is as artificial as the water wheel, the bicycle pump, the Tesla coil, and the space shuttle. Somebody figured this out somewhere. Well, so then people say, well, but this is hard to understand. It's hard to picture how it could happen. Well, here's how I think it happened. My little example about the songs earlier was a stab at this, but here's more. It's that all non-genetic behaviors, which are called, reasonably enough, epigenetic behaviors, are nevertheless, they're not simply expressions of free will. They are under the control of a looser system of rules than the genetic rules, which are chemical and absolute. The epigenetic behaviors are under the control of syntactical constraints. In other words, we need to expand the concept of syntax from the rules which govern the grammar of a spoken language to the rules which govern the behavior of any complex system. So, for example, before speech among human beings, I think it was probably very touchy-feely. If you watch monkeys, you see this. They touch each other. They stroke, they grunt, they groom, they goose, they push, they do all of these things. The repertoire of this kind of behavior, if you're good at it, may be on the order of having 4,000 or 5,000 words in your vocabulary. Well, when we watch primates do this kind of behavior, we don't think of it as a language, but in fact it is. It's a gestural language. A couple of years ago, some research was done where these people took pre-verbal infants and they taught them standard American Sign Language before they could speak. So these little tiny children could sign, "Pick me up, please change me, where is Daddy, I'm hungry, I want to watch TV, blah, blah, blah," and before they could ever utter a word. Well, now what we're always told about spoken language is it's this miracle and that we're genetically hardwired for it. Well, these experiments seem to imply we're even more genetically hardwired for standard American Sign Language, which is something very few of us will ever learn to use. What does this mean? Well, it means that the gestural capacity is deeper than the ability to verbalize, and hence probably older. So I think there was a gestural language as complex as standard English, probably, in place before anyone ever uttered a word. Now, what the psychedelics seem to suggest is that you can get so hyped up on tryptamines that your body goes into some kind of almost convulsive shock, and the normally acoustically modulated processing of language flows over into the voice box, and you begin to literally articulate syntax. You begin to make a noise which is a tracking noise for this ongoing syntactical stuff that's organizing gestural intent. And it's like going from carving in stone to color TV. Your listener immediately transfers loyalty to this much more spectacular form of behavior. And so it's like literally that the word burst forth, full-blown, based on a platform of gestural syntax that had been maybe millions of years in its formation. It was just this ability to redirect the energy of syntactical intent through the body, so that instead of coming out at the end of the fingers, it came out at the end of the tongue, flapping in the airstream, and this thing happened. It's amazing to me that the straight linguists, if you go to an academic university and study linguistics, will teach you that language is no more than 35 to 40,000 years old. I mean, that's like yesterday. I mean, fire is 500,000 years. Chipped flint, 1.5 million years. Language, 35,000 years old. Language is everything we are, everything we do. You can't think without it. You can't do anything without it. And yet, if it's that new, then what it represents is simply a technology, a form of media that squeezed out other forms of media. And it's not hard to see why. After all, it works in the dark. That's good. It allows politics. You can make speeches to large groups of people. It's just very portable. It's the cleanest technology ever put in place. When you think about it, it's one of the weirdest abilities human beings exhibit. And when you go forward to reading, you realize this is an animal in some kind of an informational tizzy. I mean, the idea that you would make marks in clay which signify tongue noises, which signify designated objects, so that these pieces of clay can be lugged hundreds of miles, so that other people can reconstruct your thought by looking at these pieces of clay. This is bizarre. For animal behavior, this is absolutely, it's just how they manage to do that. And of course, the picture writing we understand, but there is similar to the breakthrough to speech is the breakthrough to a phonetic alphabet, where you see, we don't have to portray the thing we intend. All we have to portray is the sound of the word that signifies the thing we intend. And then, you're just roaring forward, and from there to the printing press, what is it, a couple of thousand years or something, and then there's no going back. So that's the part about language. Now, what was the second part after that?
Well, just whether you could think about creativity as a principle that could have a fractal dimension, and that would be a way to think about design on a larger universal order as having some consciousness behind it.
Well, if you think of the universe as an engine which it produces and conserves novelty, and you think of it as a fractal thing, a fractal hierarchy built up and built downward of subsets of itself, then in a sense every creative act is the paradigmatic act of the Big Bang. I mean, it always struck me, that the end of the novelty wave, which is up, down, oscillate, zero, it's like, it's a general map of all process. We could be describing the life of the energy output of a star, or the firing of a single neuron, or the birth and death of an economy. In a sense, you get down to a fractal level where you can say all processes are the same. They have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And if you know where you are in this concatenation of process, you can sort of locate yourself in the cosmic domain. The thing that I tried to talk about this morning that we need to map into our maps of reality is the acceleration. I think it's a really weird idea to talk about 1,000 years in the future. I mean, good grief. 1,000 years in the future? What do you imagine will be left standing that you call home? Cast your mind back 1,000 years. King Canute was taking charge of things across northern Northumbria, and the Anglo-Saxons were making forays along the coast of Norway, and very few of the concerns of the day have survived to this moment, and that was the slow-moving part of the process. We're going to move in the next 10 years further than we've moved since the time of King Canute to this morning. So it seems to me the most unlikely future scenario is one which assumes things will stay more or less the same, because we've put in place all these processes designed to make sure that does not happen. Rapacious capitalism, technological innovation, bourgeois social aspirations in the hearts of every man, woman, and child on the planet, urbanization, connectivity, all of these processes are designed to erase reality as we know it. Yeah.
I'm wondering what you think of the kind of Vedic paradigm involving the states of consciousness we call the waking state, the dream state, and the sleep state, and the transcendental fourth state. And they use that on an individual basis, but also with regards to cosmogenesis. And in fact, criticize the West, saying that well, the West has taken the waking state as its standard and evolved its philosophy, philosophical views without accounting for these other states of consciousness?
Well, certainly the West has built its house on a narrow foundation, denying these other possibilities. On the other hand, you get into all kinds of difficulties here. How do you judge whether or not a civilization has assimilated or explored the domains it's named its own? One way is by looking at the technological applications that it's created. And for all this talking about these other states of mind, they seem actually as mysterious to the East as they are to the West. I don't get the feeling they're really navigating through what they're talking about. In the past, there may have been levels of understanding. It may be, that psychology, though it's a mystery to us, it may be that it's an easier nut to crack than the nut of matter. And so I don't have any trouble believing that Vedic India of 3500 BC may have known all kinds of things about how the mind works and how to navigate through these imaginal spaces that we've lost. But the spirituality of modern India is thoroughly contaminated by 1,000 years of commerce with Islam and the West. It isn't that different, really. I mean, Vedic theology and German idealism are strikingly similar cousins. Yeah.
In spite about a number of things in conflict when you talk about the archaic revival and then the current sort of cultural revolution, technological revolution. It seems to me that a lot of the stimulus for novelty that was generated by the psychedelic experience now may be generated without that experience, such as through virtual reality technological advancements, and perhaps would maybe make the psychedelic experience less necessary. I don't know if it would be a player or an observer in the whole process.
Well, definitely what you're getting at is that technology itself is a kind of psychedelic drug. That, by chance or design, the proponents of psychedelica have figured out that it's totally acceptable to this culture if you disguise it as electronic entertainment and put it out that way. So the web is incredibly subversive. Simply the fact that all that information is there and available in a world where control of access to information has always been the game. So, yeah, the way I see it is that the psychedelic people need to use the new information technologies to build art of a type more powerful and more compelling than the world has ever seen. Call it virtual reality, call it multimedia, whatever you want, but it's basically walk around art, and then the boundaries will fall for ordinary people, because you see, when you build a virtual reality, in a sense, what that technology is allowing you to do is it's allowing you to show people the inside of your own head. We have never had a technology that would do that. We think the inside of our heads are all the same. But, when I say to you that when I smoke DMT, it unleashes a Niagara of alien beauty, if I had spent the last 30 years building that Niagara of alien beauty so that you could just strap on the goggles and go, then we would have a very different kind of dialogue and relationship going. And so I really see art as the great searchlight that illuminates the historical landscape just ahead. And I think that art is about to get teeth for the first time in human history. I mean, it's all very fine scratching on cave walls and film and video and all that, but it's always artifice. You know, you never are convinced, or only for seconds, that you're in the presence of reality when you're in the presence of art. But we will build art that will literally stand your hair on end. And the amount of creativity in a single human mind is, as I said, more than fills all the museums of this planet. So what we need is to figure out how to get a spigot into that and get this stuff out. And then, as James Joyce said, man will be dirigible.
Well, as you may have surmised by now, the way Terence ran his workshops, or at least that weekend, was to not use any kind of an outline, but instead just respond to questions that would take us, as he called it, into the Valley of Novelty. I think that was the title of the workshop that weekend. I've heard this tape actually probably a half dozen times or more now, and you know, I still hear something new each time I listen to it. So that's what I really recommend that you do right now. You know, go back to the beginning of Terence's talk and re-listen to it right now while it's fresh in your mind. You know, there's a lot of really important information here that you don't want to miss. And what I think sometimes happens is Terence will say something and you'll be off in the clouds thinking about what he said, and you'll miss about 6 thoughts in the meantime, because he's a pretty rapid-fire thinker. And before you go, I just want to thank you again for joining this extended family of now thousands of us here in the Psychedelic Salon. It's good to get together with you again. And Jacques, Cordell, and Wells, my friends in Chateau Hayuk, thanks again for the use of your great music here in the Psychedelic Salon. And for now, this is Lorenzo, signing off from Cyberdelic Space. Be well, my friends.
Three-dimensional, transforming, musical, linguistic objects, elf machines.
Greetings from Cyberdelic Space. This is Lorenzo, and I'm your host here in the Psychedelic Salon. Well, first of all, let me thank those of you who've sent me emails to let me know that you're enjoying these podcasts. I do read all of them, but you'll have to forgive me for not being too good at responding. I do the best I can, but as much as I'd like to answer each of you, I found that it was just taking too much of my time away from a new book I'm working on. So until I get that project finished, I hope you don't feel too bad that I haven't answered each of you personally. But as you can probably see, I am listening to your requests, particularly the loud and clear request I just recently got to hear more of the Terence Mckenna seminar from the summer of 1998. And so, without any further need for an introduction on my part, here's a continuation of last week's podcast of the Terence Mckenna workshop, where he was waxing eloquently about all things novel.
Well, we said, I think, that when you take psychedelics, you go up a dimension. And so this world of transience and flux becomes an eternal world. So in that sense, it's the same thing. Whether meditation and psychedelics are the same thing, I think depends on your meditation and your psychedelics. Different meditations strive for different things. Much meditation is about emptying the mind of phenomena. This certainly would not be a description of the psychedelic state.
In my experience, the highest psychedelic states have been complete emergence and complete ego loss and becoming a oneness, it's ineffable. But those have been both with the mushrooms and the LSD. Now, through my highest meditation experiences, it has been very similar, where there is no sense of self and otherness. It's just a flash of everythingness and nothingness. It's non-dual. It's seemingly the center of singularity where poles clash into each other, where we're into another dimension.
Well, in the interest of keeping the number of singularities to a minimum, the most elegant thing to do is to wrap the theory around and say that the starting point and the ending point are the same place. Yeah, it's the place where all is cotangent. How we could get the universe back into the primal dot in 12 years, I don't know, but there are some schemes to do that. There's always schemes to do it. You know, if the universe were some kind of vacuum fluctuation and it had an antimatter twin in a higher superspace, then there would be the potential, at least, for them to collide across all points simultaneously, and you would actually get the universe of matter disappearing instantly, and you would then be left with a universe made only of photons, because they don't have an antiparticle. What a universe purely made of light, what its physics would be like, is hard to say, but it sounds peculiarly like certain Gnostic hierophanies about gathering the light and returning the light. Ultimately, the meditation path and the psychedelic path must somehow lead to the same kinds of data if the claims of both are to be respected, which is that they give deeper knowledge about reality. Yeah.
And I was wondering, as a kind of connection between that and the point that you were just making previously about the expression of those inner states through art, what your view might be on the use of some of the technologies today that are aimed at providing access to those inner states in a more, you've mentioned about with the psychedelic, one of the problems is bringing back the information. And so I'm thinking here about some of the routines and particularly the technology of Robert Monroe aimed at providing access consciously to those states such that you can bring that information back more readily.
I'm all for it. I just haven't seen anything that convinced me that anybody had achieved it to any degree of significance. Yeah, you know, imagine a drug that did nothing more than allow you to remember your dreams. I mean, that's not exactly shooting for the moon pharmacologically these days. And yet, a drug which allowed you full recovery of your dreams might unleash God knows what, because we don't know what we dream. The chemistry of DMT suggests that in deep REM sleep, it's possible every single night you have a DMT flash. But it does not transcript into short-term memory. So, or imagine a drug which allowed you to enhance long-term memory, so that you could slip into reveries of a summer day 30 years ago and play it back moment by moment by moment. This is not shooting for the moon pharmacologically. We're not talking immortality here. We're just talking simple neurochemistry. But all of these possibilities would change life beyond recognition. And I think these things should be pursued by any means necessary. You know, it's a false dichotomy, the idea that somehow you should be able to achieve these things on the natch, and they're not authentic if you achieve them through psychedelics. This is just a con to keep lineages in business, I think, because they don't want you going off the ranch and charting your own course. But where shamanism becomes priestcraft, it's already well on its way to senescence.
Terence, what you're collectively perceiving together as a group taking mushrooms, you're collectively perceiving similar phenomena without speaking.
In couple situations, I've had telepathic things. I've had in group situations very quasi-telepathic social interactions. And what I mean by that is I'm recalling an evening many years ago taking ayahuasca with these people, and they had a weird scene going. The shaman was a good guy and a good shaman, but he had a nephew who was a jerk and was sort of a pimp and kind of a hustler, and the shaman was singing with his three friends these ancient songs, and this guy was drunk on aguardiente, and he would sing against them. He would sing against them. And this was in Peru, and if you know the style of rural Peruvians, people are so polite and so not up front that no social problem is ever dealt with directly. People will tolerate incredible bad behavior without turning on the person and saying, listen, you're completely out of line, knock it off. So 30 people, 30 Peruvian campesinos were witnessing this sing against, and the woman I was with at the time very much didn't like what was going on. And at the end of this nephew, the sobrino, at the end of his song of raucous interruption, I looked up just as he ended. The room was almost complete darkness. I looked up just as he ended. I saw her look up and look at him with a look of utter disgust. And when these red dart things got to him, it knocked him off his feet. And I heard the old shaman was sitting right to my left, and I heard him turn to his friend, and he said, the gringa sends the and so it was like, wow. But, then ordinary reality immediately reasserts itself and moves forward. And there's no time to say, wait a minute, folks, something paranormal just happened here. I want to interview everybody, get your impression. It's never, when it's real, it's always caught up in the on-moving flow of events.
Be resisting and fearful. In other words, to resist what comes forward.
Well, if you've taken what you don't want to do is this is reasonable advice too, I think. Where the problem area lies, people think it lies in taking too much. It lies in taking too little. Because if you take too little, you can resist it. You can struggle with it. And then it can turn into a real mess because you're afraid of it. And you actually have the power to some degree to resist it. What you want to do is take sufficiently enough that there's no escape, and that the transition from ordinary reality to fully loaded is as quick as possible, because the going up is somewhat terrifying. For example, let's use psilocybin as the model. Here's how it works for me. This is not tea. This is eating raw mushrooms. It comes on more slowly. So after an hour or so, and the way I do it is I sit as soon as the mushroom enters my body, I sit and meditate. I noticed in South America they don't do it like this. They dose the ayahuasca, and then everybody just goes on talking about their motorcycles and the jobs at the sawmill and who's conning who. It's like totally, they toss it. There's a brief moment, they pour, they toss it down, then they all go back to raving at each other about mundane life, and then 30 minutes later on the dot, the shaman blows his whistle or shakes his shakyapa, his leaf, dry leaf bouquet, and everybody settles down, and it's like it comes on within 2 minutes. As soon as the guy starts singing, he just invokes it. The way I do it is I take the mushroom or the ayahuasca, and then I sit and I roll bombers so I'll have them ready if I need them. And I just sit as I'm going to sit during the trip, and I've unplugged the telephone, and I've gotten everything squared away, and it begins to come on at about the 40-minute or the 60-minute mark, and there's sometimes some nausea as it comes on, and then I smoke a bomber or half a bomber. And then it catapults it into the full deployment of the thing, where you just hang on. There's about a 25-minute period where your only job is to hang on. It builds. It's like watching an atomic explosion on the other side of 50 feet of absolutely clear crystal glass. I mean, you can't believe this is happening, quote unquote, in my mind. You have the feeling that everybody from Seattle to San Diego has just crawled under their desk as this thing tore past, but it's in your mind. And then there is the interaction with it, which moment to moment you are pretty coherent, but you lose it. A lot of it does not transcribe into short-term memory. And then after about an hour or 40 minutes of that, it becomes more manageable, more memorable. The most mind-boggling parts of it are just not possible to bring out of it because language fails. Because English, there are no words. There are no words even close. I mean, sometimes you'll bring out an image or a metaphor, but out of 5 hours of tripping, you bring out, half a notebook page of metaphors, and yet you were entirely engaged during that time. Now, this question about fear, which is a real question, because when everything begins to slide, it's more than most people who haven't done it expect. They have heard it, they've read the books, but they think it's a metaphor. They don't understand it's really going to happen, and it's really going to happen to you. And there's a tendency to clutch or to try and resist it. The thing to do in those situations, I think, and it's counterintuitive to how Western people think, but the thing to do is to sing, to sit up, not to assume the fetal position. See, what you might tend to do is assume the fetal position and tell yourself, my God, this is the most appalling thing that's ever happened to me. If I can just live through it, it'll be all right. I've taken this drug. If I can just wait through. How long did they say it will be? 7 hours. I see it started 2 minutes ago. If I can just... No, the thing to do is to sit up and to sing. And why? Well, being practical people, to oxygenate your brain, to move this thing that's happened to you, though it may have one claw in heaven, its roots are in your neurophysiology and in the chemistry of the drug. You want to move your physiology around. So oxygenating your brain can't fail to do this. So you sing, and this almost always is accompanied by a sense of power, control, equilibrium, and so forth and so on. Not always. I mean, let's face it, you're a product of a nutty society, and there are unexamined crevices and uncleaned out drain traps in all of us, and you're going to encounter that stuff. The good news is the earlier psychedelic trips tend to deal with that. If you will quickly discover taking psychedelics that either you can work through your personal issues and become a psychedelic explorer, or this is just stronger medicine than you are up for, and you would be far better to go back to psychoanalysis or whatever works for you. Some people just can't take it. Why is that? Well, because what it does is it dissolves boundaries, and most of us are over boundary defined. But some of us are having an uphill battle getting some boundaries in place and realizing we are not the telephone or the tree or the person we live with. And so for those people who are having trouble establishing and maintaining boundaries, this is the last thing on earth they should get involved. Cannabis. 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 Yeah.
When you're in the state that you're experiencing the total loss of ego or boundary, is it possible that your physical self could just literally stop? Because I have...
Well, people often, yes, wondered. Often people wonder. You get into a place where it's so unfamiliar that the question comes up, have I done it this time? You know, am I dying or am I in danger? The answer is, the odds are incredibly against you being seriously in danger. People don't die from psychedelics unless they have heart conditions or some incredibly rare medical condition. The problem is that the ego feels threatened by the boundary dissolution, and its ace is your self-identification with it. And it can actually say to you, you are dying, and here's the evidence. And you have to say, no, it's unlikely, and sing your way through it. But this is really tough. I mean, this is, the Buddhists talk about slaying the ego. This is slaying the ego for real. You must slay it, otherwise it will spread panic into your whole psychological system, will give way to panic and hysteria. So unless there is some real reason to think you're dying, and you should have done your homework, you should know what to expect. For example, if you take LSD and begin intense bouts of vomiting, this is not a proper reaction to LSD. Something is wrong, either with the LSD or with your relationship to it. You should know what because a typical trip will put you through changes, but is not dangerous. But if you suddenly begin exhibiting some symptom, heart fibrillation or something like that, then you want to have... this is why then there's always the issue of the buddy system. Should there be somebody else there, and what about all that? My position is, if you're anxious, then you should have a sitter. If you're going to do it alone, you should certainly tell someone so that they will check on you after a while. I don't like doing it in groups or with sitters because inevitably I get spun into them. What I want to do is go as deep as possible and and even if I'm alone with one other person, culture is the third guest at the table. If you start... I've often found myself in the middle of psychedelic trips thinking, I'm sure glad there's nobody else here to see this, because I'm sure it would alarm an observer, because I have my leg thrown back up over my neck and I'm screaming in Urdu or something. But it's okay. After a few minutes, it's okay. But if there were an observer, they would feel the need to do something, And often, like I've seen people smoking DMT, and people moan, and they say, no, 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 and they moan. And so then, you get them back together and constituted, and you say, how was it? And they say, it was fantastic. So you realize, how they present is not reliable. Well, setting has a great deal to do with it, and setting is a very complicated issue. Setting means everything from the astrological situation at the time that you do it to the physical surrounding that you're in. And it's a roll of the dice. You never know exactly what you're going to get. as far as the question about Buddhism and all that, my own, when I started taking LSD, I thought I saw in Tibetan Thangka painting and mandalas the echoes of this same world, and pursued it, went to Nepal, studied Tibetan, collected the art, and it is similar. I don't know to what degree the Buddhists, the Mahayanas, realize those states without psychedelics. I do know that with psychedelics, those meditations, those techniques, those insights are supercharged. And I would suspect that Tibetan Buddhism, as it has its roots in Vedic Hinduism, there may be psychoactive plants in its past, but it's far in the past. Buddhism was brought to Tibet in 741 by Padmasambhava. There was an autochthonous shamanism already present throughout the Himalayas, the Punpo, and it was largely based on cannabis intoxication at that point in history, not so much in the present. But I think that this is a fruitful area. I just can't believe that Mahayana Buddhism could have gotten as far as it did without some reliance on psychedelics. And of course, cannabis, we in the West, our style is to smoke it. And that's a very mild way of dealing with it. I mean, if you have unlimited amounts of high-grade cannabis and you eat grams and grams of it, you will have experiences as extreme as anything that psilocybin or ayahuasca can deliver to you. You only have to read the descriptions of 19th century writers on cannabis. Fitzhugh Ludlow, S. Weir Mitchell, these people, their descriptions of their trips are as psychedelic and as out of control as any acid reportage or psilocybin reportage. So the relationship of Indian and Buddhist spirituality to cannabis and other psychedelics is not well understood. We do know that the whole Rig Veda is a hymn to a drug, soma. But we don't know what soma is. Well, the fact that it could have invited such attention to this Vedic civilization. The 95th mandala of the Rig Veda says soma is greater than Brahman, greater than Indra. Well, what is being talked about? How could such a great thing be forgotten and lost? What was it? Almost as puzzling as what was it was, how could you lose such a thing? I mean, it's like us forgetting how to make automobiles or something. It was something so basic to the culture that how could you possibly forget something so central? Yet apparently they did, and today there's scholarly fights. Was it Amanita muscaria? Was it psilocybin? Was it Pegamen harmala? Or was it something else? And why is this so hard to figure out? The only thing I can imagine is that it must have been eventually restricted to a priestly class of initiates, and then there must have been a social revolt from the bottom, and all those people were put to death, and then nobody knew what it was. Yeah, I think you have to push these psychedelics to reach these unitary states. What always fascinated me was hallucination, because it was to me the proof that I was dealing with something outside myself. Well, and here was stuff that amazed me, that I couldn't make up on my own, or that would, a single image would have taken me hours to draw and figure out. And here I was getting 28 frames a second of this unpredictable stuff. Pardon me?
Who was the me in that experience? The me witnessing those hallucinations? I guess that's...
Well, one of the nice things about the tryptamines, I think, is they leave the sense of self pretty much intact. In other words, it doesn't distort who you are. It does something to your sensory input. DMT is very surprisingly like that. You smoke DMT, you are immediately plunged into an alien universe. But if you can keep your wits about you and actually notice how you feel, you don't feel any different. You're not smarter, stupider, you're not more excited. Or once you get the initial panic under control, you realize, my God, it didn't lay a finger on me. I'm me. I'm entirely intact. What has happened is that the world has been completely replaced by something completely unrecognizable, an alien that I have no words for, that's blowing my mind, that's ripping apart my philosophical machinery as I gaze upon it. But when I bring my attention back into my body, I discover I'm fine. I'm okay. It didn't change my mind, you could almost say. It changes 100% the reality around you. That's powerful because it appears objective. I mean, the impression you have when you smoke DMT is, this isn't a drug. That's ridiculous. Drugs, make you smarter, make you stupider, make you fall down, make you stay awake. We know what drugs are. This is no drug. This is something else, hiding under the label drug. This is a doorway into another modality that exists all the time, independent of my thoughts or feelings about it. Is that true? Well, I don't know. But it certainly doesn't seem to be a place constructed to fit human expectations. Like, one of the things that always troubled me about DMT, being somewhat of a Jungian bent, was the question, how come there's no hint of this in any mythology or religious tradition or alchemical text or fairy tale or dream or anything else? I mean, if this is so important a part of what it is to be a human being, how can it be so deeply buried, so secret, so unknown, and yet just one toke away? It's like it's still, that confounds me. Because you can read all the Hindu scripture or Sufi mysticism or all the stuff you want. Occasionally, sure, you'll find a phrase or two that could be mapped onto a DMT state, but nobody has trumpeted it. Nobody has said, this is what it is. And yet, as I say, it's spread throughout nature. It's been known since Aboriginal times. We used to, years and years ago, call it the secret. And in a way, it really is the secret. Jorge Luis Borges has a story called The Cult of the Phoenix, and he talks about a secret that seems profound and yet preposterous to the initiates. And one child may initiate another, and ruins are good places to do this. And he just goes on like this for a page and a half. Well, you realize he must be talking about DMT. Yeah.
Just getting back to what you were saying, the sense of, as you brought up before, we're talking about the ego and the consciousness in the camera mind or whatever. That if we're looking at the ego as a fairly recent phenomenon, and the ego, the way I'm sensing it, the ego is a sense of self. And it really is that construct where you think, this is me, this is what I know. And the mystic traditions say the true so-called enlightened state is this deconstruction of the sense of self. So doesn't it seem that this is what I'm getting from the journey I'm taking. I'm getting intimation, not of a loss of myself, but it is a sense of a loss of myself intact. It's like intimations of this future where we're functioning on such a different level that's beyond that ego construct. Where we're really telepathically in connection. The whole sense of self as being this limitation of, this is me, this is what I know, this is my history, is gone.
Yeah, the great cultural accomplishment of Western civilization is this thing called the free individual. But now that we're on the brink of, the electronic dispensation, exactly what we're going to do with the free individual and how that's going to look in an era where consciousness flows through 1,000 portals, it's not at all clear. It's not clear whether we can somehow now carry the idea of the free individual to an even higher level where each of us will become a kind of God, lord over our own creation, as vast in time and space, but virtual as the cosmos in which we find ourselves embedded, or whether the free individual is going to turn out to have been the problem all along, and we're going to abandon it and become some kind of socialist gas or some collectivist swarm, a hive mind, a world where intelligence flows where needed and identity is provisional and fleeting and unanchored to place or body. I mean, much of this goes on the internet, You can be an 11-year-old girl. You can be whatever you want. You can build your avatar and present yourself in many guises. It's much more like a shifting fantasy land than it is like the good old world of positivist rock and roll.
I was wondering what the connection is, do you think, between the singing of shamans and as a catalyst for visionary experience, and if there's any corollary with the mushrooms?
Well, yeah, I think that, we see shamanism from the outside with the values of Western civilization unconsciously applied. In cultures that are taking psychedelics, this thing which we call singing is a very complicated activity indeed. And if you've ever sung on psychedelics, you know that, it's an ecstatic and complicated and synesthetic experience. I mean, to make of your body a vibrator for sound, to move out into the Pythagorean octaves with the human voice, and it's extraordinary, actually. I mean, how capable of sound human beings are. No other animal has the range and control. And of course they say, well, this is because we're adapted for spoken language. But I think we had a lot of this range and control before. So words that we use very knowledgeably, like song, ancestor spirit, power place, we're not getting 90% of the nuance of these meanings because they go so gracelessly into English. When a shaman talks about spirit, he's using a term as technically complicated in his mind as when a physicist uses the term beauty to describe a quark. It's very technically defined, and we tend to simplify and then suppose that we understand. Part of the thing I found with hanging with shamans in various places and times is that once you get past the language barrier, what shamans are simply curious people, intellectuals of a certain type. In Australian Aboriginal slang, a shaman is called a clever fella. If someone says, I'm a clever fella, they mean, I'm a shaman. Well, that's all it is. It's somebody who pays attention to how things actually work and sort of transcends the culture by that means. It's a weird paradox. It's that the shamans, who are the keepers of the cultural values, are also necessarily of the keepers of the secrets of the theatrics of the cultural values. And so they live their lives in the light of the knowledge that it all rests on showbiz. Everybody else is a true believer, but these are the image makers, the people who actually pull the strings and control the evolution of the mythologies. And in a way, it's a situation of alienation. Merciliade talks a lot about this in Shamanism, the archaic techniques of ecstasy, and in history, the eternal return. Talks about how the shaman is socially marginal, politically marginal, lives at the edge of the village and so forth and so on, and is feared by the people because dealings with the shaman are always dealings about life and death. But then the shaman comes forward in this critical role as go-between, as mediator between the cultural mind and the real world, which is this potent set of forces and planetary cycles and meteorological events and diseases and, fate. And the shaman mediates. In many languages, the word for shaman means go-between. So the cost of this, or the price of this, for the shaman himself or herself, is a kind of alienation from the cultural values and a kind of understanding that it's a game that's kept in play. And this is true in our culture as well. You don't think the people who market all this crap and produce all this bad art and so forth and so on love it or watch it or consume it. They market it. Its basic purpose is to delude and distract the masses. So the psychedelics, what they bring into that shamanic situation is sort of rocket fuel for the project of cultural detoxification, or Gnostic rocket fuel into a realm of cultural alienation. And from that point of view, then, these other dimensions of reality come into being, and deeper understanding comes into being. I mean, one of the things I think after spending a while with all this is it really helps to be educated. It really helps to cram a lot of information and experience into your head, because the logos, the alien AI, the higher and hidden God that is trying to reach down to you and deliver the message, is a collagist. It can't really compose the message except out of bits and pieces of what you already possess. And so, this came home to me very forcefully when I developed the time wave out of the I Ching and its sequence, because at the times when I was most inflated in my thinking or most grandiose in my thinking, one of the issues for me personally was, why me? Why are you downloading this millenarian visionary revelation on me? And the answer from the mushroom was fairly humbling. It was, you are the first person who has ever walked through this pasture who had these 64 hexagrams in your head. And that's all we needed. We were just waiting for somebody who could bring that much to the party, and then we could arrange the details and the mapping and the arranging, but they had to arrive with that much, and you're the first person. So it was like nothing about, my fine genes or cosmic destiny, but I was the first termite to happen by carrying the right scrap of information in their head that this thing could then manipulate.
Is that something that is like clinically extracted, or?
Well, most DMT in the underground has been synthesized from indole. it's a fairly simple process, like third-year organic chemistry. DMT does occur in nature, in many plants, but usually there is little of it, so you have to process a lot, or it occurs complexed with other tryptamines that have various psycho and physiological activities that you don't want, and that's very difficult to separate them. So most DMT in the underground is made by underground chemists. And if any of them are listening, you might consider making a bit more, because it's hideously hard to come by. If you had an IND, if you had a license to give it to human subjects, but so few people have such paper that the practical answer is no. So it's like that, yeah.
Shamanic ability to manifest these miracles at a rush hour hamburger stand level?
Well, aside from the story you mentioned,
put on?
no. The answer is the truthful answer is always complicated, although the truth itself is always simple. If you're asking me to tell a story of a miracle that I still cherish as authentic, I don't think it's told in True Hallucinations, the book, because it involved, well, you'll soon see why, but here's an incident that happened at La Chorrera that didn't make it into The Invisible Landscape, I don't believe. Dennis had this notion of what he called the good shit. This developed in the days after the ideas about hypercarbylation. And he claimed it was like a fantasy, it was like a joke, it wasn't clear exactly what it was, but it was this idea that there was this hash somewhere that had been rolled into cow dung and cut with cow dung and then infected with psilocybin mycelium, so that the mycelium had completely replaced the cow shit in this ball of hash, or this hypothesized kilos of hash somewhere in the world. And so there was this psilocybinated, the good shit. And at one point he envisioned us actually forming a rock and roll band which would play instruments that would condense this stuff out of the air over large audiences. And, we would go on tour, and at the end of the tour, the whole thing would be in a shambles, because Uncle John's band really did come out of the woodwork. But so at one point, he predicted, one night after he had been moved to the river and was sort of in semi-incarceration, he predicted that the good shit would come that night. And by this time, he was very suspect. I was highly suspect. Everybody in the expedition was polarized against everybody else, and it was a pretty uptight scene. And so I left with my girlfriend of the time, and it may have even been the same night as the Silver Key incident. And it was pouring rain. And we made our way like a quarter mile, half a mile back into the jungle to this other place where we were staying, where the original experiment had been done. And so then we get to the hut, and it's pouring rain. And I had scored this kilo of Santa Marta gold for the expedition. And we had smoked nothing but this, for Colombia, relatively reg weed for weeks. So I got it out to roll the evening's joint. And I was fumbling with it, and I got this thing lit, and this little crumb, this little burning thing fell on the floor. and I lifted it up and smelled it, and the transubstantiation had occurred. It was, like Mazari Sharif AAA Red Lion hashish of some sort, and I know hashish. And here we were in the center of the Amazon, in this hut, in this pouring rain, and I could tell that it was the good shit. It had actually manifest. And I showed the woman who was with me, who was easily led one way or another, but anyway, she didn't say it wasn't. And I stayed up late that night smoking this incredible hash and waiting for the rain to stop so that at the first gray light of dawn I could go down to the river and confound my critics with, the stone itself, the alchemical quintessence, the concrescence, the excreta bonum, the good shit. Here it was. And so as dawn broke and the fog lifted, I made my way across this rainy pasture and sat down by the hammock of the sleeping form of my most vociferous critic and sort of elbowed her awake. And, there were other instances where this was the principle at work. It didn't work. Everything had returned to normal. It was the Cinderella screw up, It was just that I was a char girl who washed pots, and there was no prince, and there was no coach, and there was no... And plus I was once again humiliated in the presence of my critics, who had further reason to think that a check into the local mental health care delivery system might not be a bad idea. These things happen.
The story of the good shit. Now, if that isn't a perfect example of an Irish bard at the top of his form, then I don't know what is. That was really, really classic Terence McKenna, from meditation to the story of the good shit. What a delightful morning that was. I don't know about you, but I thought Terence was correct in what he said about the authenticity of the psychedelic experience relative to achieving enlightenment on the natch, as he calls meditation. And if you missed that, you ought to maybe go back and replay it. I think it's around the 7-minute mark of this podcast. I also thought it was pretty cool to hear Terence admit that going up on a psychedelic journey can be quite terrifying. On several other occasions I heard him say that if you weren't somewhat scared before a major psychedelic journey, then you really didn't know what you're doing. And I completely agree with that. These sacred medicines are, they're not just little 4th of July fireworks. They're atomic bombs, and you darn sure better know what you're doing before you start playing with them. And those of you who are regulars here in the Psychedelic Salon, of course, probably know what I'm going to say next, and that is always begin every cosmic exploration involving plants or chemicals at Erowid. That's EROWID.org. That's the first stop on every journey a professional psychonaut takes. Start at Erowid. Enough said. Be very careful. Always, as you know, err on the side of caution. But hey, you guys already know that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be hanging around here in the Psychedelic Salon. And I want to thank you again for being here. Glad you stopped by. And dear Terence, wherever you may be, thank you so much for everything that you've given to us all. And I want you to know, by the way, that I really enjoyed your rap about virtual reality and the possibility of a hive mind on the internet. In case you guys missed that, that's around 33 minutes into this podcast, so check it out if you were thinking about something else while he was on that little roll. And as most of you already know, our music here in the Psychedelic Salon is compliments of Chatul Hayuk. So thanks again, you guys. Appreciate it. And for now, this is Lorenzo, signing off from Cyberdelic Space. Be well, my friends.
transforming musical linguistic objects, elf machines.
Greetings from Cyberdelic Space. This is Lorenzo, and I'm your host here in the Psychedelic Salon. So, how are all of you today? Sorry it's been so long since been here in the salon to get another McKenna talk out, but I'll tell you about that story a little later. You know, it is good to have you back here again, though, for another installment of Terence McKenna's Walk in the Valley of Novelty. And I think you're really going to enjoy this one. Among other things Terence does here on this clip I'm playing is part of his famous rap about the transcendental object at the end of time. And I know most of you have heard that once or twice before, and so it's one I think you'll enjoy. It's always a little different each time. And as you know, this is from a workshop that Terence held in the summer of 1998. At least you know that if you've heard the previous two podcasts, where the first two parts of this workshop were podcasts. And this part, by the way, begins with his thoughts about the year 2012. So keep in mind that this was in 1998 he's saying this. And he called the year 2012 a year where there could be a possible cultural singularity. And I point this out because the word cultural attached to singularity, because lately there's been some discussion on the net about Terence's, they think Terence's misunderstanding of what they see as a technological or scientific or mathematical singularity. The criticism, I think, is mainly coming from the PhD math and physics guys who are using the term much more precisely than I think Terence intended when he spoke of a cultural singularity. More as a poetic term, I think, than as a scientific one. So, you scientific types out there, hey, loosen up a bit. Have a toke or two, and listen to how a bard and not a scientist sees these interesting times that we now find ourselves in.
Now enslave yourself to the machine.
Can you expand on the 2012 date and this whole idea, what's going to be happening in your idea?
Well, I talked this morning about how the story of the universe is that information, which I call novelty, is struggling to free itself from habit, which I call entropy, and that this process, which informs the whole history of the universe on all scales, chemical, biological, cultural, etc., is accelerating, speeding up. And it seems as if what wants to happen is the whole cosmos wants to change into information, or put another way, in a geometric model, all points want to become connected. The thing is achieved through connectivity. The path of complexity to its goals is through connecting things together. Well, if that's true, then you can imagine that there is an ultimate end state of that process. It's the moment when every point in the universe is connected to every other point in the universe. And if that's what the universe is trying to do, to overcome its dissipate state, its spread out state, and somehow function as a unitary monad, then this point does not lie too far ahead of us in time, given the acceleration rates of all these technical processes. So, at least locally. So on one level, I think there is a cultural singularity. What I mean by that is a place in our cultural development where we can't predict or understand what will happen to us. A kind of flip point, if you want, or doorway, if you want, or revelation, if you want. it's built in to the structure of space and time. It's that novelty in its emergence is now operating at such a fine scale that it's actually reflected in the lives of individual people. The human adventure has become the cutting edge of cosmic destiny. But it won't always be so. It will actually move through the human domain and into smaller and more rapid and compressed domains of concrescence, and probably in our lifetimes. And what will this mean, or what will it look like? It seems to me it's just not possible to say, because we're too far away from it. Even though it's only 14 years in the future, if it's in 2012, those 14 years are going to be so mutational, so transformational, that right now in time we can't see around the corner. We're summoning strange helpers to our aid. The machines that we had such confidence in controlling are actually a kind of intellect of some sort that is alive and with us in the historical continuum and evolving at a far faster rate than we are. And what all this leads to and how it works is very, very difficult to predict. And I'm not a paranoid. I think it's very difficult to predict. I think we wished for transformation. Western civilization built it into its cultural agenda. Science delivered far more than we ever dreamed in terms of understanding of matter and energy and space and time. And now, under the aegis of market capitalism, where everything is in a state of furious competition, somebody is going to put something together that is just going to completely redefine and rewrite the nature of reality itself. And my bet is it will be some kind of a technology. It could be a drug. It could be a machine. It would be nice to think that it might be a technique or a teaching, but just looking at the history of the human race, I'll bet you it's some kind of technology/drug type thing that is just going to be plugged in to us and our consciousness and our aspirations, and it may already be here. It may be the internet. It may be nanotechnology. It may be biotechnology and cloning and quantum teleportation and virtual reality and all the rest of this. I mean, we are just at the brink of taking these various pieces of the God-magician puzzle and putting them together and figuring out, well, what can you do? What do you do if you can do anything? I mean, that's really the question at the end of history. Once you have overcome all limitation, what is the human agenda? Yeah.
Do you believe then that this is something that we're observing, or we actually play a part in its development? So what is the purpose of these hallucinogenic experiences? Is it to get information so we can influence the outcome, or are we just watching?
No, I think we're more than watching. I think we spin it. We're the spin doctors of the thing. In other words, if there is a prophecy which must be fulfilled, it's a kind of general prophecy, something like, and man shall become dirigible in the last decades or the first decade of the third millennium. It's general. In other words, what does that mean? Man becomes dirigible. We turn into airships. We become oblate spheroids. We what? What does it mean? Well, that's open to human definition through specific acts of creation. The levels of novelty or habit in any given moment will be fulfilled, but how they're fulfilled is a matter of human decision. An example which maybe makes this clearer is from statistics. For example, we know that in the next 12 months, between 8 and 11 people will jump off the Golden Gate Bridge. But who those people will be is surely not decided today. They have the right, through the experiences they meet along the way, to either include or disinclude themselves in that group of victims. So in that same way, I think the future, the details are ours to fabricate. The great landscape over which the city of time will be built is given by natural law. And where we are in time is very near this attractor. And then people sometimes object to this and say, well, don't you think it's a weird coincidence that we happen to be so near the attractor when presumably it could have been throughout time? Well, no, I don't think it's weird. I think the strangeness of our condition signifies the nearness of the attractor. That the reason our world is so accelerated, the reason all effects are being smeared toward Omega, is because of the nearby presence of this cultural black hole, this singularity of technology and biological intent that is feeding backwards into time these apocalyptic images. And I, would predict that between now and 2012, there will be ever more hysteria, prophecy, prediction, revelation, squirrely teachings, people bawling out their strange despair on every street corner. Because in the collective unconscious of which each of us shares a part, the thing at the end of time is spinning like a club ornament, like a Christmas tree ball, like a bar ornament, and it's throwing off scintillations, which are distorted images of itself. The transcendental object at the end of time infects the history that precedes it with the images of its approaching unfoldment. This is what I mean when I say history is the shock wave of eschatology. The presence of history on this planet means that this thing is moving beneath the surface, this protean form that when it manifests, it will shed the institutions of history the way a butterfly sheds a chrysalis when it breaks out of its metamorphosis. But the period of latency, the period inside the shell for this metamorphosing super creature, is the 25,000-year season that we call human history. The fact that it's the same period of time as the precession of the equinoxes, I don't know, don't ask me. Fortune or coincidence. Yeah.
Terence, I'm interested in your reaction to the recent announcement by astronomers that more than 90% of the universe is composed of something called dark matter.
Well, this has been a problem in astrophysics for a while. What it is to state the problem differently, the universe seems to hold together far better than it should, given the amount of matter that we can observe. In other words, given the amount of matter we can observe, our physics of gravitation tells us that the galaxies should fling themselves to pieces and everything should assume a kind of uniformity. Why doesn't it do that? This is called the dark matter problem. My thinking on this is a good problem for novelty theory to cut its teeth on, because I don't believe that 90% of the matter in the universe goes unobserved. I think the neutrino has a slight mass, and that accounts for a significant portion of the unobserved mass in the universe. And the rest of it, it's not that there's mass missing, it's that there's a law missing. And behold, what law is it? It's the law of novelty on one level, because if you believe there is something called novelty, working at extragalactic and galactic scales, then that answers your question, why does the Milky Way tend to stay the Milky Way? The answer is because as a spiral galaxy, it's a more complex organism, a more complex structure than it is as a dissipated, homogeneous mass. So it's that, and if this were proven, you would actually begin to work toward a quantified measurement of the strength of the novelty field. Because you would take the known mass of the universe, you would subtract the newly discovered mass of the neutrino, and the amount that was left you would proclaim as the novelty constant, which is the constant which then causes large-scale structures to persist through time for no other reason than that they represent higher orders of organization. Recently, the most recent ultra-revolution in astrophysics, which means in the last 6 weeks these days, is the discovery that there seems to be some kind of repulsive force, a kind of anti-gravity, if you will, that the universe seems to be expanding slightly faster than the laws of physics say it should. And they've gone back to some work Einstein did and rejected in the 1920s, where he actually hypothesized this anti-gravitational factor. This, if proven, could be arguably a tremendous piece of evidence in favor of novelty theory, because one of the things novelty theory says is the universe never goes back to its initial conditions. Well, in astrophysics, there's been this debate, does it or doesn't it? If the force of gravity is at a certain level, then eventually the outward expansion of matter in the universe would be halted, and the whole thing would implode upon itself. The latest findings indicate that will not happen, that the universe grows outward into infinity forever, never retracing its steps and always elaborating new forms and new emergent properties. Yeah.
Let's see, I've had an experience on drugs, and I've read about it. Other people have had a similar experience, which is that what's presented to you as perception is takes the form of a series of stills. And so this resonates for me with some teachings in Buddhism and in Sufism that basically what appears to us as manifestation is actually coming through as a series of stills, and we kind of glue it together with our mentation of it. And I wondered if you had come across this, or you have any comments on this, or you think it's just a stray phenomenon, or is it of some cosmological import, or?
Well, it's certainly interesting that film and talkies and all that really got rolling in the 1920s, which is when quantum theory really got rolling. And quantum theory is, on one level, a theory that reality is delivered as a series of stills, this mysterious quantum between which then there is some great incomprehensible gulf, and these things arrive this way. I know what you mean. I have seen the slideshow, the series of hallucinations where it's click, and this thing hangs in space, no movement whatsoever, click, weird, and interesting. But on the other hand, I've seen all kinds of weird themes and variations on simply a visionary movie. That's one kind of hallucination. For instance, I sometimes see text, and then as I watch the text, the level of sense and nonsense drifts. Words flip over, letters turn themselves upside down, words that made sense are replaced by gibberish. And, well, now what kind of hallucination is that? That you have to be a printhead I mean, could a Witoto have a hallucination like that, where text was going through these variations? Ralph has described to me mathematical hallucinations, drifting parentheses and factorial signatures and all this stuff moving around, and you're watching it and you understand it somehow, I've had those things like when you're a little kid and you get it in a cereal box and you pull it one way and the lion is in the cage. You push it one way and the bars become what the foreground reverses and becomes the background, and now there's a tiger in the cage. And I describe the hallucinations with the sliders on them. And so, I don't know. I think it's all in everything. You cannot conceive of information in a way that the hallucinogens then can't see your bid and raise the ante. Yeah.
What is it about the I Ching that qualified you in the eyes of the entity that it revealed the time wave? I have a sense of an attractor. I see what the I Ching is, but I don't see the relationship.
Well, here it is in a nutshell, or a notshell, as James Joyce said. I was not a sinologist. I was not a scholar of Confucian or Han Dynasty occultism. The good news is the part of the I Ching that I looked at is older than all of that. What my attention was drawn to, is the only way I can put it, by this teaching entity, was the sequence of the King Wen sequence. Little detail, King Wen is a person who may or may not have been a real person who supposedly lived around 1150 BC, and he got into some political trouble and he was put into prison, and while he was in prison he arranged the sequences of the hexagrams of the I Ching into a sequence which is called the King Wen sequence, and which is the sequence traditionally used in China ever since. Well, so the teaching voice said, look at the sequence. And the first question, it was like posed as a series of questions, a dialogue between a teacher and a student. The question it posed for me is the sequence a sequence? Or is it simply a traditional jumble? Now, what would be the difference? Well, if it's a sequence, then there's a rule that makes it, that orders it. If it's just a jumble, then there is no rule that orders it. It's just like a randomly shuffled pack of cards. So I was like, this is in over my head kind of stuff. I was basically just an Asian traveling freak. But I looked at what's called the first order of difference. The first order of difference is how many lines change as you go from one hexagram to the next. Not a very deep concept. I mean, the first hexagram is all solid lines. The second hexagram is all broken lines. Hexagrams have 6 lines. Therefore, what is the first order of difference as you go from hexagram 1 to 2? 6. All lines change. So I graphed this, and make a long story short, I discovered artificial arrangements. I discovered that these hexagrams had been arranged to cause certain results to occur. That somebody had gone in there with an intent to achieve certain mathematical conservation effects. And I worked on it, and eventually what came out of it was a fractal algorithm, a wave for you and I. And this wave is like a stock market graph, except that it's not showing the price of something. It's showing the ebb and flow of habit and novelty. And when the wave moves upward, habit, entropy, conservation, recidivism is increasing. And when the wave moves down, novelty, innovation, information, connectivity, anti-entropic process is increasing. And the idea was that this would allow an understanding of history, that you would be able to lay the wave over the past. And when you got a perfect matchup with past revolutions, breakthroughs, atrocities, migrations, language changes, and so forth, you would just propagate the wave forward into the future, and you would have not only a theory of history, you would have a theory of future time. And so all this was done, to make a long story short. And the nature of the mathematical object being used was that it was a damped oscillation, or it was a self-limiting cycle. So it didn't just go on and on to infinity. It actually had a finite end. Well, the big surprise was when we got it matched up to history in the way that we felt was the best way, the way that most true to the most events in the intuition of the largest number of people kind of argument. Then we went to see where is the end point, where is the singularity, thinking that it could be hundreds of years in the future, thousands of years in the future, millions of years in the future. This was in 1975. Discovered, no, it's 38 years in the future. So that was the first surprise, that the wave, which seemed to work so well on the past, burdened itself with a near-term prediction that seemed highly unlikely. The second surprise came some 6 weeks later when somebody pointed out that to the day, we had calculated our way to the end of the Mayan calendar. Now that is weird, folks. The only thing I have in common with the Mayan calendar is that we both, I and the Maya, took psychedelic mushrooms. Well, is it so woo-woo that it's actually as though there's a barcode in there? And if you get deep enough in and pass all the gates and pass all the passwords and get to the sanctum sanctorum, that then is revealed this access point of time. Whether you are doing it 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago, even as the Maya did it, or whether you're doing it 38 years in advance of the moment, that this is the message, the mathematical, astronomical, Pythagorean download that the mushroom seems to give a lot of people. I mean, I don't say if you take mushrooms you will find yourself caught up in the dynamics of the Mayan calendar, but you might. Many have. I certainly, I'm more rational than I may sound here. I'm a good person to be the message for such a squirrely idea because I doubt. I know absolutely how flaky this sounds, how unlikely, how lightly anchored. So I'm not here to found a cult. I just had a very wiggy experience that, unlike, the problem with most people's really wiggy experiences is that it never gets down to the nitty-gritty. And by the nitty-gritty, I basically mean a mathematical formula that you can then throw up on a blackboard and say to the experts, this is what God said to me, is it horseshit or what is it? Usually what happens in these self-risen kundalini or psychotic break or shamanic whatever or psychedelic runaway states is that there is a revelation, and it's quirky, and it's personalistic, and it's usually messianic, and it's unanchored. So people put you away because they just say, well, you have no proof that you're the Kavitz Haydarak sent from Arcturus to lead mankind to milk and honey. You just say this, and you say it too much and too loudly and inappropriately, and so now we're going to drop a net over you. The good thing, in my view, of what happened to me is it actually got down to a mathematical proposition, a law, a hypothesized law, which it may turn out to be false, but it was a contender. You understand what I mean? It played in the highest class of competition of all, which is in the realm of formal mathematical theory, as did Pythagoras, as did some of Plato's work. If you're interested in this kind of thing, read the 10th book of the Republic, the myth of Do any of you recall what's going on there? This Plato. He's at this banquet, and then the conversation takes this sudden left turn, and he tells this story about this guy, who was a soldier and died, and was dead 8 days, and then came back. And then he lays out this rap, one of the most puzzling passages in the entire Platonic corpus, the myth of and it's this mathematical treatise about this thing called the spindle of necessity, which is the ratios are given, and how it's something inside something else, and something turns one way and something turns another way, and the ratios are like this and like this. This is one of the most argued about passages in the ancient literature. What is being described? What does it mean? Well, it's another one of these mathematical downloads. I am still willing to argue that what I put down about the I Ching is true, or that a truth is very close to the surface in all of that. Think about the I Ching for a moment. This is one of the world's oldest intellectual artifacts. This is a mathematical notation system of some sort for the purpose of creating a physics of time, a phenomenological description of the order of time based on human observation. And it arises in a completely non-Western context. It arises in a context, we presume, of shamanism and proto-Taoist values. And I think that what happened was that people with a very different set of agendas than those of Western civilization chased after an understanding of time in the same way that we chased after an understanding of matter. And the way you understand time is not by building enormous instruments or clashing elements together, no. Time, the essence of understanding time, lies in understanding organism. And so it yields to a very low-tech, observational style of natural science, which we call yoga. By looking inside the body and the mind as you still gross physiological functions, subtler and subtler shells of vibration and emanation and physiological activity come into view. And eventually, my hypothesis is that eventually, if you do this with sufficient care and attention, you get down to some kind of level where you're actually at the level of the primal quantum mechanical vibrations that lie behind everything. In other words, you are in the realm of the primal patterns whose activity downloads and eventuates as the macrophysical world. In other words, you're in the realm of the butterfly's wing in the chaos theory that says the butterfly's wing can start the cascade that leads to the hurricane. Well, these people who penetrated to this realm mapped it phenomenologically. They said time is a thing of elements, in the same way that Western science discovered matter is a thing of elements. Said time is made of elements. well, then the question immediately becomes for the rational mind, how many elements? 1,000,000, 10,000, 100? The answer is observe, make notes, observe similarities, observe differences, mathematically analyze your data. The answer is 64. Time comes in 64 irreducible species. And the hexagrams of the I Ching are simply a way of noting and assigning each one a distinct Gestaltung for purposes of manipulation. And in the same way that plutonium is not sulfur and tin is not oxygen, these species of time display properties. Time is not, as Newton thought, pure duration, some kind of intellectual abstraction necessary for a serial universe. Time is a real thing. It's as palpable as electricity. It's as real as radiation. It's a thing. And so then what's going on is that objects which arise in time carry the impress in their structure of the medium in which they arose. And so organism becomes a microcosmic downloading, a mapping of the architectonics of being. I don't find this occult at all. This seems to me quite reasonable. Let me give you an analogy to help you understand what I'm saying here. Think of a sand dune. Notice that when you envision a sand dune, that it looks like wind. The thing in your mind looks like wind. Well, now let's analyze what's going on here. The sand dune looks like wind because sand dunes are made by wind. Okay, what is wind? Wind is a pressure gradient phenomenon that is variable in time. What is a sand dune? It's a download, a flattening. It's a one-dimensional picture of the wind. If you had a good computer and you had a sand dune, you could compute backward from the sand dune to the speed of the wind. Well, now, taking that image, think of it this way. Think of the grains of sand as genes. Think of the wind as 500 or 700 million years of time, moving those genes around, blowing them around, recombining them, breaking them apart, pushing them together. At the end of that time, life would bear the imprint of the medium in which it came to be. So it is, in fact, not a leap of occult faith that the human organism would have impressed upon it the categories that shape time, because we arose in time.
And you keep talking about biology, and you talk about the leap from biology into culture, and you talk about the medium. What do you think of the internet is the wind or the medium, and that the mimemic qualities that are occurring in culture, tying into the genetic codes like biology does, is the real medium for unfolding what I mentioned to you earlier, the global intuition. It seems like all of this stuff is fitting together these days.
Well, there's this thing called the 2 to the 6th n rule. I'm not sure that I can quote it directly, but Benjamin Whorf figured this out. And it's that in any lexical tree, no category on any level can contain more than 2 to the 6th n members. In other words, 64. So, in a way, we're dimensionally imprisoned inside this because our minds work this way and so do our bodies. DNA, like the I Ching, runs on a code based on 64. There are 64 codons coding for the various amino acids that make up all the proteins that organize organic nature. Well, so you have the I Ching, which categorizes time as having 64 categories. You have the DNA, which arose as the most elegant expression of complexity in time, having running on 64 categories. Then you have the human brain running on the platform of animal organization run by DNA, and we discover through Worf's law, the to the sixth n rule, that our lexical categories are ruled by these same limitations. So it appears, what I said earlier this morning, that life is undergoing some kind of conquest of geometry. And I almost picture it like protoplasm flowing into a crystal landscape. We conquer this geometry by assuming its shape in some sense. So it transforms us even as we overrun it.
What a thought. What a thought. It transforms us even as we overrun it. I guess the question is, are we becoming our machines, or are machines becoming us? Now, that's the real question today. And did you catch the part about 2012 where he said, "We spin it, we're the spin doctors of this thing. The details are ours to fabricate." So, if that's the case, then, hey, let's start fabricating this thing in a more sustainable and less fearful way. I guess no way I can tell you what to do to help our species prepare for some difficult times that I think are just ahead, but I can tell you to follow your heart. I'm sure that deep inside you know what's the best road for you to take, and it may not be the easiest road, but it's the one with heart. Well, I hope you enjoyed hearing more of Terence Mckenna today. I got a couple more of these to go, and I'll try to get them out as soon as I can. I guess I ought to tell you that I'm in the process right now of moving to a new place, and so I won't be able to get a new podcast out every week just like I'd like to, but I hope you'll bear with me until I can get resettled again. Anyway, thanks for being with us here today in the Psychedelic Salon, and thanks again to Chateau Hayuk for the use of their fine music. And for now, this is Lorenzo, signing off from Cyberdelic Space. Be well, my friends.
Three-dimensional, transforming, musical, linguistic objects. Help machines.
Greetings from Cyberdelic Space. This is Lorenzo, and I'm your host here in the Psychedelic Salon. Now, if you've heard our last three podcasts, you know I've been cutting bits and pieces out of a weekend workshop with Terence Mckenna. The year was 1998, and the big fear at the time was that the world would come to a very tragic end with a Y2K failure. And, of course, the biggest news from Washington was all about the president's blowjob in the Oval Office. Just like now, they were very strange days. The part I'm going to play right now is actually the very beginning of the workshop. It was a Friday night, and the way Terence started off was to go around the circle and have everyone say something, just a little something about themselves. For privacy reasons, I've edited out all of the personal statements that were made, and I've only included the comments by Terence that some of these statements elicited. And even though this is somewhat of a hodgepodge of thoughts, I think you'll find Terence's comments quite interesting. And so, here is the one and only Terence Mckenna.
Well, welcome to In the Valley of Novelty. I see familiar faces, unfamiliar faces. We these things are most interesting, at least to me, when they're directed by the agendas of whoever's present. I have a number of things on my mind, more than a weekend's worth of stuff. All of it is very familiar to me. I know what I think, most of the time. So, don't be afraid to interrupt, to ask questions. If you're not getting what you want, it's fine to take it another direction. The way I conceive of these things and how they've evolved over the years is originally my enthusiasm was for informing people about the psychedelic experience, especially plants, and how that arose out of shamanism and how it was evidence for Jungian models of the psyche, and basically for me the psychedelic experience was the path to revelation. It actually worked on somebody who thought nothing would work, and then and that's still a large part of what gets talked about in these weekends, simply because there's an endless crop of new people who are interested in using these botanical materials for purposes of self-exploration, and doing that safely, sanely, and in a fully aware manner involves coordinating a lot of detail: botanical, chemical, ethnographic, geographical, evolutionary, biological, pharmacological detail, which we can spend as much time on as the group will tolerate. What I like to talk about, and what I have very little competition in terms of talking about, is the content of the psychedelic experience, which is very difficult to English or to bring into any other language, and which is not predictable or is confounding of the expectations of students of mystical experience. And so that was sort of my core specialty, if you will, was the ethnopharmacology of consciousness and the phenomenology of the states there derived. But after 25 or 30 years of doing this, it bleeds into all kinds of larger categories, like what is art, what is human history, what is the religious impulse, what is the erotic impulse, what is mathematics, and then somehow these concerns, shamanic, oracular, ecstatic, always garner to themselves a prophetistic aura. What is the future? And can it be known? And is it mundane, or is it transcendental? And on what scale? And on what schedule? So all of these things are interesting to me. My personal history, if it matters, I grew up in a very middle-class family in a very small town on the western slopes of Colorado, which is about as white bread culture as you can possibly achieve. It was a very stable environment to be brought up in. It was the 50s. It was all, tube furniture and bad television. And but the ground I happened to be fortunate enough to walk around on had clamshells 150 million years old scattered through it, dinosaur bones, extinct fishes. And as a kid, I was a loner, and I spent a lot of time in these dry arroyos and washes where these fossils and stuff could be found. And then, people informed me of the age of these things. And I can remember when I found out that 1,000,000 years is 1,000 years, 1,000 times. It was like I got it. I mean, it was the largest thing I could get at that stage of my conceptualizing reality. But then suddenly the reality of the size and scale of nature snapped into focus for me. And I've been thinking about this recently because one of the things you'll find out about me if we get to know each other is I have a skeptical and cranky side, and I'm forever puzzled by why people believe some of the seeming to me dumb things that they choose to believe. And I spend a lot of time thinking about what is a dumb thing to believe, and how do you judge in a shrilly competing ideological marketplace the various claims, counterclaims, nostrums, ideologies, therapies, insights, revelations that are being peddled. And so my intellectual development, if you want to put it like that, was sort of scientific in the sense that it was always about looking at phenomena, testing it, trying to define its limits. The strange thing that happened to me, because I guess I eventually became involved with psychedelics, was this method of testing, demanding proof, never taking anything for granted. Normally what that does is it deflates reality. It flattens it. It makes it industrial and existential and post-romantic and horrifying. But in my case, it didn't, because psychedelics are actually a kind of miraculous reality that can stand the test of objective examination. I mean, in other words, there's nothing woo-woo about it. It has to do with perturbing states of brain chemistry and standing back and observing the effects they're wrought thereby. And it's extremely dependable. And from a medical point of view, it's extremely safe and non-invasive. I mean, one of the paradoxes of pharmacology is that the substances which most dramatically affect the mind do so at tiny doses and with very little sequela. This is extraordinary. I mean, it's almost as though the mind, in this case, is a phenomenon very different from the body, where, to achieve major effects in the body, often massively invasive procedures or large doses of invasive chemicals have to be used. Someone once said to me, referring to LSD, that if you wanted a picture at the molecular level of the power of LSD, imagine an ant that can rip the Empire State Building apart in 30 minutes. One ant. In terms of the scales and the sizes of what's going on, that's a reasonable analogy to the power of LSD. So I explored all kinds of fringe areas when I was a kid, magic and telepathy and Ouija boards and various invocations, some of which interrupted my career as an altar boy. You couldn't have it both ways, it turned out. And one by one, these things fell, in the same way that as you go through life, you close the door on Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and so forth and so on as you move along toward adulthood. But then I discovered that the psychedelic dimension seemed to be it was as though the tidy world of European positivist culture derived from Calvinism and Greek science and so forth and so on had this umbilical point, this place where it was all tied together. And if you untied it completely deflated, and you were left staring into something analogous to William James' description of an infant's world. You were left staring into a blooming, buzzing confusion. Well, what is that? What are the implications of that? It wasn't a confusion chaotic enough to be simply mind dissipated into thermodynamic noise. I think a lot of people who have never taken psychedelics have the idea that it's thermodynamic noise, that it's just the brain isn't working right, it's firing randomly, and then some portion of it is trying desperately to lay gestalts of meaning onto this random firing, and so you get this kind of surreal careening from one supposed illusionary perception to another. Anybody who's taken psychedelics knows this is not a very apt or cogent description, that actually these things reveal scenarios, modalities, hierophanies of emotional and poetic power that are very emotionally moving, and sometimes leave in their wake powerful ideas as powerful as any of the ideas that have moved and shaped civilization. So my motivation in talking about these things is that I do not say that this is the only path out of the mundane coil of blind casuistry and entropic degradation. I don't say it's the only path out. It's the only path I found. And I checked some of the other major players, but checking doesn't mean I exhausted them. I mean, perhaps yoga can deliver this. Perhaps Mahayanist metaphysics can deliver these things. Perhaps I was impatient or lumpen or simply not intelligent enough. But the good news about psychedelics is that they are incredibly democratic. Even the clueless can be swept along if the dose is sufficient. Yes. Well, so that's just a little bit about it. And other things that are very interesting to me, as I said, are the future, but the future in some specificity, both the rationally apprehendable future that we get when we extrapolate current technologies, current tendencies, and the not so rationally apprehendable future when we actually turn on all the bells and whistles of the historical process and realize that it is inevitably ramping up into more and more hypersonic states of self-expression, and that this is what is creating this end of history phenomenon, or this eschatological intimation that now haunts the cultural dialogue. There is something deep and profound moving in the mass psyche, driven by historical forces long in the process of unfolding, but now exacerbated and focused by new communications technologies that are essentially prostheses, extensions of the human mind and body of enormous and unpredictable power, or with unpredictable consequences. So, in a sense, what began for me as the psychedelic experience, a personal experience triggered by a relationship with a plant based on certain definable pharmacological phenomena, has become like a general metaphor for understanding being in the world and our historical dilemma. Because in in a way, they're fractal adumbrations of each other. I mean, history, call it 15,000 or 25,000 years of duration, is the story of an animal, some kind of complex animal, becoming conscious and staring out then into a kind of universe of infinite possibilities based on what consciousness can do in the realm of energy, matter, light, time, and space. Well, so in a way, the psychedelic experience is like a microcosmic reflection of that. You start from baseline, which is your ordinary lumpen or not so lumpen, depending on who you are, state of consciousness, but wherever you start from, it lifts you up in a process of evolutionary unfoldment that is squeezed into hours, and it goes on entirely in the evolution of thoughts, feelings, and perceptions. And it seemed to me for a long time, at least since I read McLuhan and assimilated his notion of tools as things which have a feedback into how we see the world, it seemed to me that the psychedelic state was then like a predictive model for what human history wanted to do. Human history wants to break through all boundaries, to somehow have a realized collective relationship with deity, or that which orders nature, or some fairly large concept like that. Yeah, the implications. It's all in the implications. It has to do with how much intelligence you bring to it at the beginning. You know, if there's no mind behind the retinal screen, then it's just pyrotechnics, mental pyrotechnics. But it's how much we can make of the phenomenon that makes it so rich. Yeah, you mentioned the gratuitous grace. This is based on a famous comment by Aldous Huxley. He was asked at one point, what is the psychedelic experience? And he said it's a gratuitous grace. And then he explained it is neither necessary for salvation nor sufficient for salvation. But it certainly makes it easier. You know, it's like an aid. It's a cul-de-sac. I mean, we can't suppose that it's necessary for salvation because too many people have gone from birth to the grave without it. But one has attained a very fortunate incarnation, I think, to be in a culture, in a place, in a time when psychedelic knowledge is available. And it's a kind of paradox that in our own time, meaning in the last 100 years, all this information has arrived in our laps as the hubristic enterprise of white man anthropology carried back all these medicine kits and mojo bags and sacred plants and so forth and grew them in university botanical gardens and kept the stuff in locked drawers. It was like a Trojan horse brought inside the city walls of Calvin's Troy. And, now the genie is out of the bottle. I'll have to restrain myself for these long exegetical comments on each person's... Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested in all of this, too, the rising paranoia and what it means and how to come to terms with what I call the balkanization of epistemology, the fact that the world isn't, large groups of people no longer demand that the world even makes sense. They're operating on synthetic ontologies that have risen above the concept of mere sense. But, there's a whiff of fascism about that has to be fully deconstructed before we want to sign up. Yeah. answers for all three of your questions, but it would take a while to unfold it. But as far as this last question is concerned, the official answer is because it came with the conquest. That the Stropharia cubensis, the Psilocybe cubensis, only prefers the dung of Bos indicus cattle. So it was so associated with the cultural genocide brought by the Spanish conquerors. And this is the same reason given why in Mexico, though there are, in the Mexican situation it's a little different, you actually have an indigenous population of native mushrooms, but you also have the San Isidro, the cubensis, but it's considered inferior when it isn't by any chemical index. So I think it's a deep association to the conquest is the only thing I can figure. The other thing may be, and this is that I gave you the official answer, then here's an answer based on my own experience. Though I know that some people combine harmine with psilocybin, when I have done it, it has scared the socks off me. It seems an unfriendly combination for me. Now, the way I did it was I took half a dose of ayahuasca and half a dose of mushrooms. Do not do this. If you must combine these two compounds, I think the way you want to do it is take a fairly substantial dose of an MAO inhibitor, either Pergamon harmala seeds or the Banisteriopsis, and a very light amount of mushrooms. But the 50-50 combination was one of the longest evenings I've ever spent. And if I seem not to be going to answer your other two questions in the course of the weekend, remind me, because, yeah, I'm keen to get to both of those. Yeah. Community and connection. Yeah, it's important for all of you to notice everyone who's here, because our agenda has triumphed so completely culturally that we can't tell ourselves from the rest of the population as we could in the 60s. So it's only at moments like this when we emerge out of the darkness and show ourselves to each other. And I will sail on to the next New Age watering hole or institute or whatever, but you should all realize that probably whatever you're looking for, someone in this room could help you out if you could but figure out exactly who it is and what it is you're looking for. Yeah. It's interesting that you mentioned the Kundalini thing, because those of you who've read my book, True Hallucinations, know that my brother and I got into something that was triggered by psychedelics and started out as a psychedelic trip, but then developed into either an episode of schizophrenia or a revelation, or it depended on who was voting. And this can happen. These things are, the path goes further than most sojourners wish to travel, I think. I mean, the power is immense. And once you find the way, it isn't, it isn't a matter of, it can be overwhelming. Someone once said the yogin and the schizophrenic are divers in the same ocean, but one of them has learned how to use scuba equipment and the other is simply drowning. So the reason for the emphasis on shamanism and on other techniques is you will need techniques if you go into the deep water. And they can make your life very simple and save you from unnecessary suffering. Not all suffering is necessary. Maybe no suffering is necessary. Yeah. Yeah, one of the things that I'm keen to talk to you about is, there are various models of the psychedelic experience, that it's the Jungian unconscious, that it's the ancestor world, that it's this or that. The one that I'm most struck by is it's the world of the Platonic ideals. It's a world very closely related to mathematics. And in a way, the shaman is a hyper-mathematician, not in that he proposes theorems and solves them, but that he perceives hyperdimensionally. And the magical power of the shaman, the power to predict weather, to tell where the game has gone, to cure, to have deep insight into social problems within the tribal group. All these so-called magical powers become completely understandable if you believe that the shaman actually attains a kind of hyperdimensional perception. And, also teaching here this weekend is my old buddy Ralph Abraham, who's one of the world's leading exponents of chaos dynamics, and he has told me many times that the DMT flash for him is simply and straightforwardly a perception of hyperspace, a coordination, and this is why metaphors like inner eye and inner seeing make sense, because of course in hyperspace the inside of the body is no more secret from perception than the outside of the body. So, mathematics is one of the few things I still trust at this point. Yeah, that's my motivation, is based basically on curiosity. I mean, I'm fascinated that we've gotten this far. I mean, given that the most economical situation would be pure nothingness, what is this? I mean, why is nature doing these things? And why is organization have such a tenacity? And what does it mean that we appear so late in the process and represent such a difference in the rest of nature? It's very mysterious. We get used to reality because it's so stable, but in fact it's an absolutely confounding situation. Besides the DMT flash, the only other thing that I know that's as confounding as that is ordinary consciousness and incarnate being in a body. It's just so improbable. Yeah, well, I was very resonant with the person over here who mentioned Evelyn Underhill's book on mysticism, because I also read it at about that age, and I wanted these mystical experiences. The problem is that the thing that is so powerful about the psychedelics is that they perform on demand, which almost in principle you cannot expect of a mystical experience, because that would be essentially man ordering God at man's whim, which is not how it's supposed to work. Similarly, waiting for UFOs to come by, you spend a lot of cold nights in the cornfield. But if you were to take 5 dried grams of Stropharia cubensis and spend the night in the cornfield, I don't know whether you would get UFOs, but I guarantee you by morning your notebook would be full of something. So the fascinating thing about the psychedelic is, of all of the, it seems magical in the sense that it seems to respond to human will. One decides whether this is the evening or not. And sometimes people have said to me, well, don't you want to achieve these things on the natch? Well, to me that suggests a certain degree of out-of-controlness. In other words, if I were sitting here suddenly to notice that I appeared to have taken 20 milligrams of psilocybin, I would be alarmed. I would be concerned. I would want to know the casuistry of why I felt this way, whether somebody had dosed me at dinner or I was losing my mind or what was going on. On the other hand, if I had initiated the experience, I would be perfectly at ease with it and see the unfolding signposts and know what it was. It's a difference of sort of waiting in an attitude of the supplicant, the expectant supplicant, or being the Hierophant with all the Faustian echoes that carries with it, and being able to call down the power or go up to the power at will. And, that's a fantastic thing and a responsibility. One of the things that inevitably downloads out of all this psychedelic stuff is, because it's central to understanding our nature anyway, is how do we relate to our sexuality, to our relationships, to our obligations to biology and romanticism and so forth and so on. And you mentioned monotony, monogamy, and monotheism, or was that the one? Well, part of what happens with a career like mine is everything you ever say is taped. So then your ideas may change over time, but people will listen to an 8-year-old tape, a 6-year-old tape, and so you're like imprisoned or liberated, I haven't figured out which, because you must account for every opinion you ever held, even if you no longer hold it. The toughest thing to figure out is relationships. It is the yoga of the West, but it's harder than yoga. And I'm 52 nearly, and I don't feel greatly wiser in this area than I felt at 24. And, I've had a marriage, I've had a divorce, I've been single, I've had long-term relationships, short-term relationships, on and on and on. This is part of what I'll say in a larger context is we shouldn't seek for closure. We shouldn't, part of what the psychedelic point of view represents is living a certain portion of your life without answers, just accepting that certain dilemmas will never resolve themselves into some kind of a complete answer. That's why psychedelics are so different from any system being sold, from one of the great elder systems like Christianity to the latest cult out of Los Angeles. These cults, these cultic answers, always invariably provide a complete set of answers to life's dilemmas at the price of being absurd, but this doesn't seem to bother people. So part of what being psychedelic means, I think, is relentlessly living with unanswered questions. And this relationship thing, this is the heart of the alchemical furnace. This is where the coincidentia positorum is a fact in your life and my life. And I don't know whether psychedelics make it easier or harder to come to terms with that. They certainly reveal its many facets with incredible and sometimes bewildering clarity. It's a frustrating situation because the literature tells you that DMT occurs widely throughout nature, distributed through grasses, mammalian brain tissue, leguminous trees, rubiaceous plants. But when you actually go to try and get it out, you encounter two problems. Either it's spread very thin, if it's spread thin by simply gross overwhelmment, you can get it out. But the other problem is it often occurs complexed with other tryptamines of very nearly the same molecular weight, and they have activity you don't want, cardioactive activity or like that. So practically speaking, in my own experience, the cleanest source of DMT is Secotria viridis. And if you can get hold of it and grow it, you will obtain a clean source of DMT. But you need 5 acres in a tropical country to do it right. That's why I have 5 acres in a tropical country. What? Well, it is Schedule 1. Pardon me? Yeah, all DMT is Schedule 1, but there's a weird catch-22 around that. I mean, we all contain DMT. So, it's like the universal holding law. Everybody's holding. Everybody is potentially out from under the umbrella. Probably, though you may not wish to hear this, the shortcut, the easier path, is to just tighten your belt and learn organic chemistry and make it then from scratch, or from tryptophan or indole or something. But it's a puzzle why there is so little DMT, because as a synthetic process it's not that difficult. It's certainly far less difficult than making LSD or something like that. But it's vanishingly rare in the underground. One reason for that may be, if you sell somebody a gram, they may leave a significant portion of it to their great-grandchildren. This is not a drug of abuse, where what people like are drugs where you sell somebody a gram at 8 in the evening and at 11 o'clock they're beating on your door to buy 2 more. This is not like that. It is. You mean, what is it doing there? It's not really well understood. The people who identified it, their best guess was that it had something to do with very rapid shifts of short-term attention. In other words, a shot is fired, everyone in the room turns and looks in well under a second. That is possibly, those shifts of attention are mediated by DMT. The fact that it is so dramatic as a psychedelic experience but goes away so quickly makes it an ideal chemical to use in these kinds of short-term reactions where something spikes and then very rapidly returns to its baseline. But what it's really doing in human metabolism, we don't know. DMT, like many psychedelics, competes with serotonin for the serotonergic bond site. Interesting then that drugs like Prozac and Zoloft, these new antidepressants, they also relate to, though in a different way, the serotonergic system, one of the 4 major neurotransmitter systems that operates in the human brain. It's no surprise to me that these extremely effective antidepressants are emerging out of meddling with serotonergic chemistry. DMT, many people experience it as orgasmic or ecstatic. Ecstasy is not simply joy. Ecstasy is an emotion of very great complexity that hovers almost on the edge of terror sometimes. But, we could speculate that the orgasm is an interesting phenomenon, and what is the chemical basis of orgasm, and why does it occur at all? Since in many animals it doesn't occur. And in fact, as you advance in the animal phylogeny, orgasm becomes more common. Well, I would bet that the chemistry of orgasm, the chemistry of DMT, the chemistry of mood alteration, in the next 5 or 10 years, this will all be pieced, deconstructed and understood. I mean, the recent flap of Viagra will be as nothing when a drug is discovered which causes orgasm. And chemically, this is probably not far out of reach. Orgasm is a pretty general spectrum chemical response that you ought to be able to pharmacologically mimic with reasonable facility. I'm sure some of our best people at our pharmaceutical companies are hard at work on this. Yeah, but I digress.
Before we get to prayer, would you talk a little bit about Mimosa hostilis?
Oh, as a source of DMT? If you can get it. I mean, Mimosa hostilis is at least as exotic as Psychotria viridis. Seeds are sold by some of these seedsmen. That sounds fine. I'm not commenting on the price, I'm commenting on the pharmacology. If you take 2 grams of Pegamen harmala seeds well ground and a sufficient amount of the root scrapings of Mimosa hostilis, which is the Brazilian species, and then the conspecific Mexican species is Mimosa tenebiflora. As far as we can tell, chemically these things are equivalent. That works. Basically, if you're serious about pursuing this, you need to get into the habit of growing things and gardening, or you need to sharpen up your chemistry chops and actually become a synthetic chemist. Yeah, there's a new book. I see it's in the bookstore here. The Maya Cosmogenesis 2012, John Jenkins' book about Mayan archaeoastronomy. If you're interested in all that, his book pretty much lays it out in greater detail and in a more scholarly fashion than anybody else has done, because there is a lot of loose-headedness around when it comes to talking about the Maya. But this guy is a very good scholar, and is, as always the case, the real truth is more astonishing than any myth. So if you're interested in all that, check it out. And we will talk about the Maya and the time wave and the millennium and all of that stuff in the course of the weekend.
And if you've been following these podcasts in order, then you know he was good on his word. And now if you're confused about the order in which I'm podcasting this workshop, it is called the Psychedelic Salon, What'd you expect? Now, I hope you did pick up on Terence's warning that some of the old tapes of his talks, earlier tapes, may no longer be his opinions later on. And I'm sure that holds true for these tapes as well. These were recorded in August of 1998. And, of course, Terence lived for another year and a half or so after that. So some of these opinions he may have changed. So don't ever quote Terence Mckenna and say this is what he believed at the end, because we don't know all that for sure. And like I said, don't even hold him to what's on these tapes, even though it was close to the end of his life, although we didn't know it at the time. No one did, of course. And I hope you also caught what he said about one part of a psychedelic point of view includes living a certain portion of your life without answers. And that's what separates psychedelic medicines from any system out there. So keep this in mind if you're thinking about becoming involved with these sacred medicines. They can be very unforgiving if you abuse them, whereas most systems, like maybe yoga or something like that, for example, are a little difficult to abuse, at least not quite in the same way as you can with some psychedelics. By the way, I do agree with Terence about the value of John Major Jenkins' book, Maya Cosmogenesis 2012. It's really too bad Terence isn't still around to comment on the work of Carl Johan Kalaman, which I think is more recent than that. In fact, Kalaman's website, if you want to check it out, is www.calleman.com. And personally, I got a lot out of his work, although I don't agree with some of his final conclusions about what's ultimately taking place. But nonetheless, Kalaman's take on the Mayan calendar as being a map of consciousness evolution is quite fascinating and seems to be fitting in place quite well with the events of today. But actually, right now, if you're thinking about buying a book about 2012, I'd hold off for just a bit until Daniel Pinchbeck's new book comes out this spring. I haven't read it yet myself, but I've heard Daniel talk about his theories on 2012 on several occasions, and from what I know about the subject, I think he's got the best interpretation around. The book, by the way, is titled 2012, The Return of Quetzalcoatl. And I just a couple minutes ago checked on Amazon and see that you can pre-order it there. According to them, it'll be released on May 6th of 2006. And as you already know, Daniel he's been a big supporter of Palenque Norte since its inception at Burning Man in 2003, and we really appreciate his support. I hope some of you will return the favor and buy a few of his books. I know you won't be disappointed. Well, that's about it for today. Looks like there's going to be, I'd say, probably at least 2 more of these Terence Mckenna podcasts before I finish the tapes from this 1998 workshop. And if you want to see all the podcasts, you haven't seen them, the previous ones, you can go to our website, www.matrixmasters.com/podcasts. And we'll continue to post them to that page. So thanks for stopping by. It's good to see you back again. And I use the word see you loosely for those of you who are maybe using too much medicine and a little paranoid right now. No, I cannot see you. Just a figure of speech. We don't know who downloads our podcasts or who listens to them, and we just are happy to have you all out there. So also a big thank you, by the way, to Chateau Hayuk for the use of their music here in the Psychedelic Salon. And for now, this is Lorenzo signing off from Cyberdelic Space. Be well, my friends.
Three-dimensional, transforming, musical, linguistic objects. Elf machines.
Greetings from Cyberdelic Space. This is Lorenzo, and I'm your host here in the Psychedelic Salon. Now, if you've been here with us in the salon for the last 4 podcasts, you know that we've been playing cuts from a workshop that Terence Mckenna gave in the summer of 1998. The workshop, I guess you could say it consisted of 4 sections, because there was 1 on Friday night, 2 on Saturday, and 1 on Sunday. And also, Terence and Ralph Abraham held a dialogue about the World Wide Web and the Millennium on Friday, or no, it was on Saturday night. Sorry about that. And by the way, that interesting encounter is posted in podcast 19 and 20 in case you missed it. And I guess I should also mention that if you're getting our podcasts through our RSS feed to iTunes or some other aggregator, we only leave about the most recent 15 podcasts on the list. And so if you want to get back ones, you can get a complete listing of all the Psychedelic Salon podcasts. Just go to Matrix Masters, www.matrixmasters.com. novelty.com/podcasts. Or you can go to our other site, our audio site, Palenque Norte, PalenqueNorte.org, and click on the podcast link. Now let's get back to Terence, and we'll begin with a cut that has his, among other things, has his rap about the archaic revival.
Well, I wrote a book called The Archaic Revival, where the idea there is that we are discomforted. Civilization has made us uncomfortable with our humanness because these various technologies and phonetic alphabets and things like that have rearranged our sensory ratios from what they were in Paleolithic times. And that, in a sense, what psychedelics do is they hit your reset button. They address the animal body. They address a deeper level than cultural conditioning. And so you feel and experience these atavistic images and feelings that civilization has repressed or transmuted in you. And you know, the whole premise of that book was that the 20th century, in many of its cultural manifestations, from Cubism to Dada, abstract expressionism, jazz, sexual permissiveness, hallucinogenic drugs, youth culture, a whole bunch of things, were all impulses toward the primitive, toward a return to a primal state of social organization, and that really this is the overarching metaphor of the 20th century. The 19th century saw the triumph of hierarchical order, gentlemanly values, class structure, all that constipated European stuff. And then the 20th century is experienced as chaos, you know. Cubism is created when Picasso brings African masks to Paris and begins painting them. Freud announces that we are not just Christian ladies and gentlemen, but right beneath the surface, the incest drive, cannibalistic drives, extremely violent, primitive impulses are there. Jazz introduces syncopation into music. Women begin to display more of their animal nature through flapper dancing. I don't know. You can figure it all out for yourself. The point is, the whole of the 20th century is a turning back toward these values that had been repressed for millennia, not only by Christianity, but by the Greek scientific philosophy, the phonetic alphabet, urbanism, agriculture itself. There was a very long period in the human adventure when all of those things lay in our future, and we were far happier, I think, then, but judging by our lack of need to make egoistic statements by building vast religious monuments or enslaving each other or setting down codes of laws, so forth and so on. And, of course, we'll never be like that again, but there is an impulse in modern society to recapture those values, and psychedelics are hugely effective at doing this. I mean, all this talk of shamanism and Native Americanism and getting in touch with your body and honoring gender shifts and all of this stuff is basically rooted in a more psychedelic attitude, a less categorical and constipated and print-defined, McLuhan would say, attitude toward social roles and social polity. Well, it's always interesting to me to do these around in the circle things. First of all, it seems to me, I mean, maybe this is self-congratulatory, but it seems to me that people are extraordinarily serious and together. I have a real nose for nuttiness. And I didn't so much as twitch this evening. And this is a large group, so don't loosen your chains too much, but congratulations for impressing me anyway as very sane. This is an area where I think sanity counts. There's no points gained for being fanatical or maniacal. This isn't an area where you have to push the process. The process can push you harder and faster than you may wish. So it's once you get to this place on what we might metaphorically call your spiritual quest, once you get to the place where you hear about psychedelics, the issue is no longer then about where is the gas pedal and the spiritual vehicle. The issue suddenly becomes where is the brake? Because, this is the fuel to go where you want to go. This is the power to lift you where you want to be lifted. Those issues are somehow now overcome. It becomes a very different game now, a much subtler game. The doorway stands open, and all it requires is courage, which is not to say it doesn't require a lot. It does require a lot, but what it is courage. Very few people go to the ashram for their daily meditation with their knees knocking in terror over what is about to sweep over them. They are pretty confident that they've got it confined and nailed down. It isn't so with this. I mean, I've done it many times. There are many people here who've done it many times, and the survivors are not confident. It doesn't build hubris in you. It doesn't promote bravado, because you know how quickly and horrifyingly it can cut you down to size if you presume it, or if you presume you understand it, or if you presume to use it. So sometimes the issue of magic and power comes up. I wouldn't get near that. My goal is to see more, to understand more. And what I do on a trip is damn near absolutely nothing. I have 2 or 3 J's rolled in front of me. If I can get through them in the course of the evening, all goals have been met. To see, to understand, to remember. It's an incredible statement about our humanness. It's a double-edged statement about our humanness, that within us, under the influence of these plants, we have literally Niagaras of alien beauty. I mean, when I go to Manhattan, I go to the Met and the Guggenheim, and I haunt the galleries of Soho. When I take mushrooms, I see more art in 20 minutes of behind the eyelids hallucination in total darkness than the human race seems to have produced in the last 1,000 years. Well, so on one level, that's an incredible statement about the human capacity to generate and be in the presence of beauty. But the paradox is that so few people know this, that our ordinary styles of being, our ordinary relationships to plants, our main brand religions almost never carry us into the sense of this potential for beauty. And when I was young, in my early 20s, wandering around India, trying to sort all this out, having taken some psychedelics, but reading yogic texts and Mahayana texts and all this, I discovered in every culture there is what I call wise old man wisdom, or wise old woman wisdom. In every culture at evening you see sitting on porches men smoking pipes, old men. And these guys know something. They know something about life, how to till the soil, how to raise a family, how to, shepherd children through their marriages and so forth and so on. But what I did not find in these cultures was any knowledge of this gratuitous grace. This is like a secret of some sort. And it's a true secret in that telling it does not give it away. I know this because I've been trying to tell the secret for 25 years to anyone who would listen, as you listen tonight. And I don't know how many people hear, at what level people hear me. And there are many problems. First of all, there's the problem of dose. It's a physical problem. You can take a little of a psychedelic substance, or an effective dose, or a lot, or too much, and medically not be in any particular danger. The LD50 of these substances is such. Let's take psilocybin as an example. Psilocybin is effective at 15 milligrams for a 145-pound person. But the LD50, the lethal dose, is something like 110 milligrams per kilogram of body weight. In other words, hundreds of times more than a dose that you would swear you were melting down, you were becoming the earth, you would never live to tell the tale. And actually, you're in no medical danger at all. So people have experiences of different dose levels. I've always been interested in what the literature describes as effective doses. What this means is that you're so loaded that a guy standing there with a clipboard looking at you is completely convinced you're totally loaded. All pretense dissolves. At these higher doses, the machinery of phenomenological description begins to come to pieces on you. And in my experience, someone mentioned the difference between mystical experiences and psychedelics. There are enormous similarities and enormous differences. If you study the mystical literature of Hinduism, Christianity, Buddhism, it all triangulates toward unitary states. The Bodhi mind, the white light, the ineffable, the unnameable, the radiance, vocabularies like this, which indicate some kind of homogeneity. Well, in my experience, though when you push LSD, there is something somewhat like that. LSD is not my idea of the paradigmatic hallucinogen. It's different in many ways. Psilocybin is more the paradigmatic hallucinogen, and when you push it, there seems to be not this merging into the radiance, but a revelation of multiplicity, of detail, of complexification within complexification. Everything gives way to everything else. Everything is interconnected to everything else. But the impression is one of an overwhelmingly bewildering perfusion of phenomena. And, I've discussed this with lamas and these sorts of people, and they say, well, you're in the realm of samsara. You're in the realm of the multiplicity. Perhaps, but the sense of a hierarchy of judgment doesn't feel right. Somehow this all and everything, this teeming multiplistic universe that is revealed, seems to carry a message of ecstatic and transcendental import. It's all and everything, in Gurdjieff's phrase. And one of the ideas that I want to explore with you in the course of the weekend is, most discussions of psychedelics orbit around what will it be like when I take it. Well, that's very interesting and, of course, important to the individual. But to me, an equally interesting question is, what has been the impact of this experience on the evolution of human beings over hundreds of thousands of years? In other words, what is it that we share with this planet? A kind of coevolution, not only with another order of being, which it certainly is, but the great confounding fact that I've brought back from my excursions into these places is that there is an organized intelligence in there, out there, over there, far more alien than the cheerful pro bono proctologists that haunt the trailer courts of the less fortunate. A truly alien presence, not interested in our gross industrial output or in imparting, salutary technology upon us. Well, then what does it mean that our culture has sealed us off from this information? I mean, our culture claims under the aegis of science to bring us news of quasars, kiliocosms of time and space away, news of the activities at the nucleus of the cell, at the heart of the atom, and yet here's a world that begins right behind your eyebrows, that any mention of it either brings talk of mental pathology or how you've transgressed certain laws of the village. In other words, this culture has reared the edifice of empirical understanding and modern science and existential philosophy. This edifice has all been put in place in complete ignorance and denial of a fact of experience that is approximately as easy to access as orgasm. I mean, by different means, but nevertheless not far away. And yet we in the West have navigated for 1,500 to 2,000 years with this simply an easily repressed rumor. How did we get into this situation? In other words, if there was a primordial era of shamanism and plant symbiosis and a mediated relationship with nature through the Gaian intelligence, how did we fall then into the domain of post-Renaissance, post-medieval, post-industrial culture? And then, what is the implication for the future of, in this dark hour of complete overcommitment to technology, economic solutions, rational reductionism, materialism, so forth and so on. In the darkest hour of our commitment to these things, this news arrives from these repressed Aboriginal people that we have marginalized and humiliated in the process of building our own version of a global culture. Well, obviously I'm not going to try to answer these questions tonight, but this, to my mind, in the 11th century, when the Islam swept across Asia Minor, in Isfahan, in Iran, they built these immense mosques with mosaicked, vaulted roofs. And one of the great historians of Islam said of the city of Isfahan in the 10th century, he said, it is half the world. A single city, half the world. In a way, psychedelics are half the world. And yet, how few people have ever visited these sites, have ever stared into these particular vistas of beauty. And as was said in Going Around the Circle, the impact of these psychedelics, where they hit us hardest, is in the domain of visionary imagining and the effort to communicate about our visionary imaginings. In other words, where they hit us hardest is in the domain of art and invention and novelty. And we have built a culture that, however hostile it may be to the psychedelic experience, it is incredibly friendly toward novelty, innovation, creativity, cultural evolution, celebration of difference, so forth and so on. So I would like to believe that the long prodigal journey of Western humanity to a well-nigh perfect understanding of the nature of matter and energy and space and time, that prodigal journey can only be redeemed and made meaningful if the things learned in the shamanic descent into history, which it is a shamanic descent. I mean, we have achieved what the alchemists only dreamed of, and we've achieved it, strangely enough, by abandoning their illusions. They were epistemologically naive. You do not discover fusion by endlessly rarefying mercury. You do not disentangle DNA by heating chemical vessels in horse dung. We had to abandon the naivete of alchemy to achieve its goals, which were mastery of space and time, control of human longevity and health and psychological well-being. Well, at the center of the alchemical ideal was the idea of the stone, something part mineral, part mental, part spiritual, something drawn out of nature, but perfected by human artifice, and then reflecting back upon man a perfect world created through magic. This is the faith of the Renaissance magi, Marcello Ficino and Campanella and these people. It's a different idea than the idea of man as a fallen creature, or science's notion of man as a mute witness to a meaningless universe. The magical ideal that these things fertilize and support is the idea that humanity is somehow the co-partner, a full partner in creation, and that what God has brought into being, the human imagination can perfect. And it's a necessary faith for our time, because the power that we have is so great. If the power that science has given us does not serve a transcendental ideal, then it will serve some kind of fascist ideal, and most people will be reduced to equations and parts of a machine that does not serve the human individual or the human community. Psychedelics are a catalyst for the imagination. They raise the ante in the historical poker game. They show that there is more than one way to skin a cat. And we have come to a place of bifurcations, immense choices. The decisions and the processes that are put in place in the next 20 years will probably put the stamp on whether humanity and this planet are made or broken as a cosmic concern. Well, consciousness is the key. What is dragging our boat is an absence of consciousness. You know, we have 1 foot in angelhood and 1 foot in the identity of a carnivorous ape. And the tension between these two on a global scale is excruciating. So if psychedelics if there is one chance in 1,000 that they contribute an increased measure of consciousness to this situation, then they are a precious gift, a resource, an option, a possibility to be explored. I don't advocate these things because I think it's a sure thing or a safe path to the eschaton. I advocate them because they're the only game in town. You know, if hortatory preaching could have done the trick, then the Sermon on the Mount would have been the turning of the corner. But we have Buddha, we have Christ, we have these examples of enormously insightful spiritual beings who have delivered their message, and humanity has continued to flop on the seamy side. So it's not about an idea. An idea is not sufficient to transform us. It's about an experience. And this is the only experience I know that in the time given to us, on the scale given to us, we have a hope of actually cutting through the detritus of our historical experience and building a true human community. On days this nice, my parents used to make me go outdoors. I had no excuse anymore for staying in. No, actually I vacillated. I spent a lot of time on my stomach on the couch reading, and then a lot of time scrambling around in the nearby semi-arid wilderness, looking for fossils, and later collecting butterflies, and then after that building and launching rockets, Freud notwithstanding. And it was lots of fun, but there was certainly lots of fun inside books. So last night was sort of a first pass at all of this. And there were questions left unanswered and threads untied. And now you've had a certain amount of time to absorb all that before I launch into some rap of my own. Is there anything anybody wants to carry forward? Yeah.
I realized last night that I didn't mention that I have an interest in the I Ching. I don't think anyone else really mentioned it either. But your work and others in trying to tie that to other systems of order, DNA, calendars and stuff, is also difficult to understand.
Yeah, well, several people last night mentioned novelty theory, but you're right, the I Ching itself wasn't mentioned, which we could do, and I have done 5-day workshops on nothing but the I Ching, especially its mathematical deconstruction. So we'll talk about all of this probably this morning if I feel like it. Novelty, order in nature. Since we're talking around it and through it, I might as well just do it. What does it have to do with psychedelics and all that? Well, the bridge of connections, there are many, but for purposes of discussion, these psychedelic experiences, in my opinion, when correctly managed, end up giving you a big idea. That's a really successful psychedelic experience. It's not where you simply have observed this bewildering other dimension and try to come to terms with it and then come out and then live in the light of it because it's made the universe so much bigger. But following like a shamanic model of a journey to obtain a gift or to recover a lost jewel, or this is the shamanic motif, it's always one of loss and recovery. These flights into this realm of the logos The real stamp of authenticity on them comes when you bring back a new idea, something brand new. That proves that you're not just talking to yourself. And so I, knew this and aspired to a new idea, whatever that might be, but I had no notion of what it was. And my problem as an intellectual throughout my entire life has been, it's hard for me to go to depth with anything. I study Roman history for a year. I study German for a year. I study the Maya for a year. But I never could get that professional mania that leads you into becoming, a real academic in a specialized sense. So this download for a big idea, somehow these psychedelic experiences set you up for it. They're not the only way, but they're the only way where you have some managerial control. The other methods all seem to be driven from the unconscious. For instance, if you read Thomas Kuhn's book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, you discover there that these huge rational idea systems were downloaded in very shady and shaky, mystical ways. The classic example that I always give, because it has so much fun, basically, is that, René Descartes' invention of scientific materialism was at the behest of an angel. An angel appeared to him in a dream. He records it in his diary, and the angel says, the conquest of nature is achieved through measurement and number. And he awakens the founder of French empiricism, materialism, and derivatively a whole branch of modern science at the behest of an angel in this occult drive to understand nature. This is the amazing thing that the Greeks unleashed, this idea that we can not only mythologize the world, but that there is another way of looking at it. We can understand it. And, they started out simply, what is air? What is fire? What is earth? And, after 2,500 years of this, we've pretty much figured out what the standard moves are. The history of Chinese philosophy and the history of Western philosophy are the same schools by different names. You get atomic materialists, you get spiritualists, you get what's called occasionalism, you get all the possible adumbrations of a mind's position in relationship to being in the search for these ideas. Well, my idea, which came to me, I don't say I channeled it, because I find that vocabulary infantile and obnoxious. But on the other hand, I don't take credit for it in the way that I don't feel elevated by my genius for having done this. It was definitely unfolded for me at a conversational speed by an intelligence for which I was little more than the secretary. And the idea is this, and I'll start with the outlines and then move into the details. First of all, that two facts about nature have been overlooked by science, and that these facts are so overwhelmingly obvious once you begin to talk about them, that ordinary people like you and I, by talking about them, can actually satisfy ourselves that these two aspects of nature, these two related aspects of nature, have been overlooked or not properly weighted in philosophical discourse. And here's what they are. The first one is, as you go back in time from the present moment, the universe becomes a simpler place. This is of huge generalization, and it's true. And let's state it now a slightly different way. Let's imagine we're at the moment of the Big Bang, or the moment when the universe flashed into existence 15 billion or however many billion years ago. It was a very simple thing. In the first, nanoseconds of its existence, it was some kind of integrated plenum. It was smaller than the diameter of a proton. All particularity was coextensive in this tiny area. And then it began to expand. But for many milliseconds, it was a pure electron plasma. There was only a certain kind of physics, only the physics of pure electrons. The universe had to cool over minutes and millennia for atomic systems to form, so that electrons could actually go into orbit around the atomic core and not be overcome by the greater dissipative power of high thermal radiation. So until the universe cooled below a certain point, atomic systems, as it were, couldn't crystallize out. And then they did. And there at that moment, a whole new set of phenomena in nature emerged, in David Bohm's phrase, emergent phenomena. There had been only a universe of pure electrons. Suddenly there was a universe of hydrogen and helium atoms, much more complex organisms, if you wish. Well, so then the whole story of the universe is a story of progressive complexification accompanied by this phenomenon of cooling. And the universe of hydrogen and helium atoms, under the influence of gravity, these things were aggregated into huge masses where pressure rose at the center of these masses from the weight of the stuff above. And at a certain point, the curve of pressure passed through a point where a new phenomenon, hidden in the structure of being, but previously not by any phenomenon proclaimed, emerged. A new phenomenon, fusion. The stars began to burn. And this process of nuclear burning, this nuclear chemistry, created heavier elements. Instead of a universe now of hydrogen and helium, suddenly you have a universe which contains sulfur and iron, and for us, for our story, carbon. And at that point, it's like the rest was inevitable. The rest is just filling in the blanks, drawing the dots. I mean, it takes 14 billion years, but with carbon present in the universe, this force, which I identify and call novelty, could begin the long march forward toward this teleological ideal, this purpose, which it beckons at the end of time. What makes this idea radical, one of the things which makes it radical, is that it doesn't simply assume that history and becoming is the unfolding of causal necessity. It assumes instead that there's some kind of an attractor, that events are not just bubbling forward probabilistically and randomly, but that they're actually caught in some kind of field that is pulling everything toward a conclusion. And this, so I'm making this more complicated than it needs to be. The basic perception is the universe has grown more complex as we approach the present. Now, this is a huge law, if true, because it It's a statement about physical matter. It's a statement about organic organization. It's a statement about culture and society. It's a statement about your own psychology. Things complexify through time. But science has never said this. It's not even, the theory of evolution says biological systems grow more adaptive through time. But there's been a real phobia against any teleological implication from that. But this is a general rule which I submit to you by investigating the nature of things on your own, can completely satisfy yourself that this is true. Well, when you start thinking that way, that it begins to look like nature on all scales is some kind of an engine which produces complexity and then conserves it and uses it as a platform to proceed deeper into complexity. It's a kind of anti-thermodynamic flow. It's a dissipative, it's what's called autopoiesis by one school. So this tendency has been completely overlooked by science. In fact, science's most secure statement is Maxwell's second law of thermodynamics, which says all systems tend to disorder over time. But what it means is closed systems. All closed systems tend to disorder over time. Well, biology is some kind of a loophole in the laws of physics and chemistry, because what's happening in biology is complex materials are trapped inside membrane, and energy is extracted from these materials, and so a chemical process which would ordinarily ride down into entropy and obey the second law of thermodynamics is trapped in a kind of basin of attraction far from equilibrium. And people, physical chemists look at this and say, well, but it's ephemeral. It just happens on the surface of the earth, and it's very fragile, and death is everywhere. It's a fluke, basically, is what they're saying. Well, but this is just their professional bias, because you can go into the rocks of this planet and discover life and a continuous fossil record 4.83 billion years deep. The stars that you see when you look out at the Milky Way at night, the average star lasts 500 million years. So we just happen to be in orbit around a very stable, slow-burning type of star. But in fact, life on this planet has already proven that it is more tenacious than the stars themselves by 5 times. So you can't discount biology. Biology is clearly a player on a cosmic scale in this universal game of capturing energy and resisting entropy. So novelty theory says that this general law that nature conserves complexity reaches its culmination, or its most interesting intersection of discursiveness, in ourselves. That we then look different to ourselves by this theory, because we are the most novel phenomenon around. So suddenly, what positivist materialism teaches about man's place in nature is that we're lucky to be here. It's a cosmic accident. Purpose is conferred. It's this totally existential, you're on your own, make it up, don't make it up, who cares, doesn't matter anyway, kind of modernism. If in fact nature, we have identified nature's purpose as to create and conserve complexity, then suddenly we are returned for the first time since the 16th century to the center of the cosmic stage of a universal drama of salvation and redemption. Isn't that weird? I think so. Yeah.
Thinking about making that shift to considering the human experience as kind of central to our understanding of the planet, and then seeing some of the environmental movements like Earth First that place a large emphasis on valuing ecosystems and other animals and plants as on the same level with us. It's kind of a dichotomy, I think, between some of the movements trying to save the planet. Some environmentalists would rather see humans not even be here, and that as a way to put the necessary factors in place to save the planet. Whereas this side of the argument says that we need to realize how special we are and what's going on up here to be able to rebalance things. And it's kind of a strange line to walk between valuing ourselves but not overvaluing ourselves. Can you see that?
No, I agree. It's very tricky. There's almost like a bifurcation where it's hard to see how you can have the cake and eat it too. There is the concept of the forward escape, which I'm tending more and more to believe in, that it's a desperate strategy from a military point of view, the forward escape. And the forward escape is where you realize the only way out is right up the center. And then you have to get traction and go right up the center. What's happening is that so much power is being given to man or taken by man from the universe through the power of scientific understanding that we are becoming the masters of the planetary destiny whether we want to be or not. And you're right, it's the choice seems to be between some kind of primitivism, an archaic revival that abandons technology and tries to redial the last sane moment we ever knew, or some kind of Gnostic rejection of the world of nature and matter and a complete commitment to machine symbiosis and a cosmic destiny and, life extension, star flight, cloning, the whole mega trip. And of course, it's not going to be one or the other. It's going to be both and. There's going to be a spectrum of possibility. How the actual details of how do you go to the stars and save the earth, I don't propose to discuss it or really know. I do think, the French sociologist Jacques Ellul once said, he said, there are no political solutions. There are only technological ones. The rest is propaganda. And he wrote a whole book in which he defined these terms: political solutions, propaganda, technical solutions. And I tend to think that's true. What we have to deal with in this millennial narrow neck of constricted possibility, where it still feels as though the human race could skid off into the ditch, is we have to deal with the fact that we have built institutions that do not serve human purposes, but that are like automata or golems among us, corporations, religions, cabals, ethnic tribalism, and these things are like the psychotic architectonics of the unconscious that the information age is causing to suddenly emerge for the inspection of those who have eyes to see. So our humanness is not endangered by our machines. It's endangered by these institutional entities and the most spectacular and obvious example, of course, without getting into this whole thing, it is corporate capitalism. Simply because corporate capitalism has the intelligence of a termite at the organismic level. And all it understands is its agenda. And its agenda is to take cheaply extracted raw materials and fabricate them into expensive finished products which are sold to well-heeled markets in the high-tech industrial democracies. And it can't propagate that cycle on the closed surface of this planet much longer without the contradictions becoming unbearable. But it doesn't know that. It has a very low-grade intelligence. So how we communicate, we're all ready to switch on a dime to the new paradigm if we can just figure it out. The problem is to switch these enormous dinosaur-like institutions in which we have invested our lives and our economies and our scientific research establishments and our civil hierarchy and so forth and so on.
Well, I'm going to have to cut it off right now, I'm afraid, or we'll probably all get a case of Terence overload. I've been taking a few notes while I listened, and because I want to write a description of this podcast for our webpage, so I've been jotting a few little notes about what Terence was talking about, and so far I've counted 8 major topics he's covered in just the past 50 minutes. And, there are probably more than that depending on how you break down his ideas. So if you didn't already realize how many things he's covered in such a short period of time, it might be worth going back for another listen. In fact, I'm going to do just that myself as soon as I get this file posted. So hey, thanks for being with us here today in the Psychedelic Salon. And Jacques, Cordell, and Wells, otherwise known as Chateau Hayuk, thanks again for the use of your music here in the Psychedelic Salon. And for now, this is Lorenzo signing off from Cyberdelic Space. Be well, my friends.
Three-dimensional, transforming, musical, linguistic objects. Elf machines.
Greetings from Cyberdelic Space. This is Lorenzo, and I'm your host here in the Psychedelic Salon. Well, I hope you're not getting tired of this series of Terence Mckenna podcasts, because there are still a few more to go. And in today's program, Terence talks about the cascade of history, human-machine symbiosis, and the internet, among other things. And we'll begin with his rap about time and the evolution of animal life on this planet. So, let's hear what Terence Mckenna thinks about all the changes now taking place at such a mind-bending rate here on our beautiful little planet.
The way I think of it is, I think that, Maxwell's laws of thermodynamics are only part of the story, and that you also have to look at the work that Ilya Prigozhin did in the 60s and 70s, where he showed that there is this principle which they called different things, but basically it was random perturbation to higher states of order. and that this occurred in systems of all levels of complexity, that actually sometimes systems spontaneously organize themselves into more complex forms. So in the entropic state that you're talking about, which resembles a Bernoulli gas, a model of dissipation of the particles of gas, the opposite end of the spectrum would be this notion that all points in the matrix become cotangent, which requires a higher dimension, but is still trivial. And that's what I think it is. I think that biology, like this process which we've called novelty or complexification, that we say is increasing through time, starts simple, ends complicated. One way of talking about it is to think of it as language is in conquest of dimensional expression, or something is seeking to manifest itself in a domain of time and space, of higher and higher dimension. Because if you go back to the earliest biological emergence, they're like fixed slimes, these early life forms. They're essentially points. They don't move through space. They have no eyes. They have no organs of perception. They are simply points of being. Well, then, still later in the process, they break free from their stationary points and they become motile. But they still have no perception. No, they're just groping now. Now they're groping specks of being, and they've gone from being points to the equivalent of lines. Well, then finally, light-sensitive chemistry sequesters itself in the membrane, and these things begin to have a notion of a gradient, of that the action is where the light is, that the food is where the light is. And so then this generates the concept here and there, which is a time-bound concept. Suddenly time springs into being. There is the notion of the execution of will over time. Well, then the rest of the story of the evolution of animal life, right up to 50,000 years ago, is simply the story of better eyes, better muscles, better coordination, better ability to move through this revealed topological manifold with a temporal axis. But then, with the advent of spoken language, what spoken language is about is the recovery of memory at a later date. It's a data recall system. And then you talk about the past, and you not only talk about it, but you strategize from it. Hunting strategies, erotic fantasy, mate-getting strategies. When you get to writing, this time-binding function is now totally explicit. The game is out in the open. The purpose of these behaviors is to keep the past from slipping away. And so we write down king lists and dynastic histories and this sort of thing. Well, from this point of view that I'm pushing here for a moment, that evolution is the conquest of dimensionality, you can see then that the primate conquest of time through time-binding technologies is the phenomenon that we call human history. This is apparently what we're about. This is why we speak, why we write, why we invent phonetic alphabets and mathematical notation, because we are binding time. Well, you can then propagate that process forward to say, well, then what would satisfy this drive? Well, nothing less than a complete conquest of time itself. In the same way that as we look back in the history of biology, we see these other dimensional barriers were crossed. from stationary, from in situ existence to motility, to a sense of light, to coordination of three-dimensional space, now coordination of fourth-dimensional space. And to make this leap to the full coordination of 4D, it requires some kind of machine symbiosis. It requires prostheses. It requires that we redesign and extend our nervous system over the entire planet, and that we undergo some kind of metamorphosis and become, instead of, semi-cannibalistic primates, machine tenders of a global nervous system, some of which is gold and copper and glass, and some of which is flesh and DNA and neurons. And this whole thing is in a state of self-designing foment. And that, I don't know how we got here, but it leads me to the second point I wanted to make earlier when I was talking about novelty. I said there were two things which science had overlooked, and then I discussed the first one, which is that nature is a novelty-producing and conserving engine. The second thing that science has overlooked and culture has overlooked that is related to the first, and it's this. It's that this process of producing novelty that the universe is about is not going on at a steady rate. It's going on faster and faster as we approach the present. It's like what mathematicians call a cascade. It began slowly and has moved with greater and greater acceleration from the very first moments of its existence. So the early history of the universe is dull news. It's slow moving. I mean, stars are condensing. Galaxies are ordering themselves. This is the stuff of millennia, of tens of millennia, of greater spans of time. Once you get down to the last 500 million years on this planet, biology is the main show. Geology and astrophysics have receded into the background, and where the action, the mutation, the change, the shifts is happening is on the surface of planets in interface with atmospheres and cosmic environments and asteroidal impacts and melts and all these various things that went on. There is a period for life before that, a long, long period, the Archaeozoic, but you talk about Dullsville. I mean, there's nothing going on there. Well, then when you reach the last million years, it's as though, this process of the emergence of novelty both concentrates itself in nature into a single line, the hominids, but it also intensifies itself by orders of magnitude. So change is then happening on a scale of hundreds of years. Languages are changing, pottery designs, and as we approach the present, this becomes more and more furious. Now, and so what novelty theory is saying is this is not an easily explained phenomenon. It's not simply a natural consequence of our being in the world. That's looking at it backwards. Somehow our being in the world means that the world process is approaching some kind of definitive cusp in its development. In other words, that human history is the shockwave of some greater event about to emerge out of the order of nature. That human history, 25,000 years is all it is like a shimmer, an aura, something which flashes across animal nature in the geological millisecond before the thing goes cosmic, or whatever it is that it's going to go. And so for us, human history has this enormous dramatic impact because our lives last 70 or 80 years if we're lucky. I mean, we're as ephemeral as mayflies. For us, human history is 1,500 generations. But in terms of the species, it's a fever. It's a moment that has come upon us. And now we're deep, deep, deep into it, and deep enough into it, I think, that we can begin to actually talk about what lies at the other side. And it's, our religions have become almost the architectures of our social hopes, and this coincidence of calendrical synchronism that we're undergoing. And what I mean by that is that the Mayan civilization fixated on the heliacal rising of the winter solstice sun and the galactic center, an event which occurs only once every 26,000 years, occurs in 2012. They fixated on this. And our calendar, reformed by papal rationalists in the 15th century and originally founded by a Roman dictator, misses the same 26,000-year node with a millennial date by only 12 years. So, that's 0.001% on a scale of 10,000 years. So, for all practical purposes, these two calendars both reach very important culmination dates, very near to each other in eternity, if you think about how much time that is. So, what does this mean? Well, if you're a Jungian or believe in the greater, larger dynamics of the unconscious, it means that on the wheel of cosmic time, somehow the appointment of the end of a world year has arrived. Why is it keyed to the galactic center? I wouldn't, at this point, care to speculate. I could be dragged into it, but it's probably not the best way to spend our time. But the point is that this phenomenon of novelty conservation, which has been going on for a very long time throughout the whole life of the universe, is now happening so rapidly that it's down into the scales of time where it's discernible in a human lifetime. In fact, less than a human lifetime. Now change defines everything, even for such microbes as ourselves, where before we were embedded, as it were, in the much more slow-moving processes of climate change and glaciation, advance and retraction, and that sort of thing. Now we make our own time. And we even talk about downloading ourselves into machines. Well, as we sit here, we're functioning at about 100 hertz, about 100 cycles a second. If you were downloaded into even today's desktop computer, you'd be running at 200 megahertz. Suddenly, 2012 would appear as far away in time as the bust-up of Pangaea is in the other direction, because you would have stretched time. All time is how much you can jam into a moment. It's very easy to suppose that we're on the brink of a weird kind of pseudo-immortality, where time spent in circuitry is essentially time spent in eternity. And people will choose, toward the close of their lives, to migrate into the virtual realms where the laws of physics are replaced by the laws of the programmer's imagination. You really then are entering in to your own private Idaho, so to speak. Teilhard Desjardins, for those of you who don't know his work, was a Jesuit paleontologist and primatologist who wrote in the 1950s The Omega Point, the phenomenon of man. And in a way, nothing I say or little that anybody has said about cyberspace, about the meltdown of humanity into some electronic collectivity, has been surpassed by Teilhard de Chardin. He had this idea that human beings were on this earth and that they would generate what he called the noosphere. And the noosphere was simply the atmosphere of electronic and radar and radio and telegraphic and television signals which surround the earth, that we would build a new atmosphere, as it were, a technosphere of information. And information is a very key concept in all of this. What I call novelty, you could arguably call information. What I call habit, you could arguably call noise. And, this is a vision of being where there's a struggle between these two antithetical forces. One, described by the second law of thermodynamics, entropy. The other described by novelty theory, Prigoghine's non-equilibrium thermodynamics, etc., etc. And they are, in every situation, locked in struggle. The amount of order and disorder in any situation is dictated by the unique configuration of the local struggle between these two forces, if you want to put it that way. But the good news is, these two, it's not a Manichaean thing. It doesn't go on forever. These two forces are not quite equally pitted. Over time, novelty wins. Order wins. Order triumphs over disorder and builds higher states of order. So in a way, you could think of the whole process as what engineers call a damped oscillation. That habit is this oscillation in a space of perfection, and it is eventually damped by the surrounding telos toward concrescence. And a lot of the words that I use to talk about this are taken out of Alfred North Whitehead, who's, to my mind, the great unread philosopher of the 20th century. And he wrote a book called Process and Reality, in which he tries to build a general vocabulary for talking about being. And, it comes off as very psychedelic and very chaotic, dynamical kind of anticipation. Check out Whitehead. The thing which has, made novelty theory difficult to sell in terms of the ugly knobs and warts on it as a theory, were that it has this built-in crazy assumption, which is that in the very short term, meaning the next 15 or 20 years, the world will, in part, completely transform itself. And so it's in a category with apocalyptarian thinking, millenarian thinking, miraculous thinking, deus ex machinas, squirrely revelations, all of that, all of which I abhor. But you can't escape the mathematical implications once you draw the curve of the asymptotic acceleration into novelty. There's a group of people, you can read their stuff on the internet, they're called extopians or singularists. And they're very hard-headed engineering types, libertarian geeks, not psychedelic, not spiritual in any sense of the word, and they propagate out curves such as the human population curve, the curve of information, number of papers being published, the curve of the amount of energy being released, so forth and so on. All these curves reach infinity somewhere before 2025. What does it mean to say these curves reach infinity? Nobody knows. It's a singularity. It doesn't make sense. It's a mathematical contradiction. What it means is your model is broken. What is going to happen has so many dimensions embedded in it that your simple propagations of curves method of analyzing it are giving you crazy data that makes no sense. And, I'm being semi-unemployed. I have the leisure to spend many hours a day reading journals and surfing the net and so forth. And I'm telling you, all these esoteric fields of knowledge, all these solid-state physics, quantum encryption, drug design, genetic engineering, long-base interferometry, on and on and on, these cabals of secret societies, in each case, they're reaching out for the ultimate pieces of knowledge in their field. And no one is coordinating the implications of all this across the face of the rising tidal wave of understanding. What really is happening is that a very, I wouldn't say a complete control of the world of matter and energy is coming into being, but a leap forward is being taken. And all under the aegis of this key concept of information. Information is more primary than time and space, more primary than light and electromagnetism. Information is the stuff of being. It's all you will ever know. It's all you can ever know. The rest are ghostly hypotheses to explain the behavior and the presence of information. And it's almost as though it has a syntactical life of its own. It's almost as though, it's a virtual life form of some sort that is running on a primate platform. I read a very interesting thing by Danny Hillis, who wrote The Connection Machine. And he was talking about songs. And he said, primitive human beings, especially young juveniles, like to imitate each other and make strange noises. And some strange noises are easier to make than others. And so you begin to have a population of short bursts of strange noise. And these populations, we'll call them songs, just to make it easy. Just short bursts of strange noise. And some of these songs are easy to remember and some are not. And that's the environment of selection. So the easy to remember songs survive and the hard to remember songs go extinct. And there's only a limited number of human beings to sing the songs. So the songs must also compete for this resource, which is the human singer. And to this point, the human beings have been like a parasite, or the host of a parasite. These songs have conferred no adaptive good at all to the human beings. But when the songs begin to aggregate around repetitious behavior, because that's where there's a high likelihood of survival, because that's where there's a high likelihood of repetition, then you begin to have a syntactical net. And I think that in a sense this is our situation, that we were early parasitized by a kind of virtual life form that lives only in syntax and is essentially time-sharing and piggybacking our nervous system. But at some point we insisted around it, somewhat the way a cell membrane trapped early bacteria and turned them into mitochondria. So now we can think with this linguistic symbiote that shares our brain space. However, it's very interesting, this idea. I mean, this may seem trivial to you. It's new to me, so I'm into it. I read this book by George Dyson called Darwin Among the Machines, and I highly recommend this book. This is a great book, fun book, Darwin Among the Machines. And one of the points that he makes in there that I had sort of, I mean, when you hear it, you say, yeah, I always sort of knew that, but I had never quite grokked it in its full implications. One of the points he makes in there is that when we talk to each other, when we make sense to each other, what we say can be perfectly made formulaic through symbolic logic. In other words, that the branch of mathematics called symbolic logic is capable of portraying human language and human logical processes perfectly. But the interesting thing is that this language, symbolic logic, is the language which machines speak with great fluency. This is the great bridge between us and the machines, that fundamentally we speak the same language, that and to a human being and to a microprocessor mean the same thing. So there is there is no great barrier. It's all conceptual between us and machine intelligence. Machine intelligence is the most likely form of alien intelligence to arrive and complicate our social dialogue, because in a sense it's already here. In a sense we are putting a great deal of effort into creating it, and in a sense its emergence depends on these very same appetite for novelty that allowed us to squeeze ourselves out of the rules of molecular chemistry. And again, it's happening at these very high megahertz rates. Machine evolution will not be like human evolution, because what it took us 50,000 years to achieve, it can achieve potentially through distributed processing in minutes, hours. Hans Moravec says of artificial intelligence, we may never know what hit us. You know, it will simply come to be. And what would that look like? We have no idea, or its relationship to us at all. Yeah.
Linguistic analog to the morphogenetic field that Rupert talks about as far as communicating human evolution?
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it that way, but it's like that. Novelty theory and Rupert's theories of the morphogenetic field are very closely related. He doesn't believe in a temporal attractor. He believes things are pushed by necessary casuistry. But the unfolding of the morphogenetic field and the unfolding of the time wave, you're talking about the same thing. You're talking about you see, in a way, what science is all about is it will tell you what is possible. If you want to know if something is possible, you ask the expert in that science. But what science can't tell you, and what you usually really want to know, is out of the class of the possible, what things will actually occur. And we have no theory for this, strangely enough. We have no theory for out of the class of the I suppose somebody who was a fundamentalist or some kind of Christian might say, well, God's will. Out of the class of what is possible, what comes to be is God's will. Well, that would be one theory of what it is that winnows the actual from the possible. A scientist would say pre-existing conditions. In other words, somehow the circumstances into which any phenomenon is born skew it toward its ultimate developmental end state. I mean, this is the idea. It's almost like the law of karma or something, that by the circumstances into which you find yourself, then you are carried forward to some conclusion that was inevitable based on that. Novelty theory is not it's not predestination. It doesn't say that the future has happened. If you believe the future has happened, you have all kinds of philosophical problems on your hands, because, for truth as a concept to have any meaning, you have to have error. If you think what you think because you can't think anything else, which is what predestination is, well then what does the search for truth and meaning look like in a cosmos like that? It's meaningless. No. In a predestined cosmos, you think what you think because that's what you think and you can't think anything else, and it doesn't have anything to do with truth. So there must be at least that much freedom to err in the mind. But of course, the mind through the body is an extension into the world. For all the huffing and puffing of modern science and neurophysiology, they still can't tell you how you can think, I will close my hand and close it. I mean, this is mind over matter. This is telekinesis. This is science is just completely baffled as to how this can take place at all. It's a fundamental miracle. Been good for 5,000 years, still knocking them dead. And it's by that trick that we don't understand how it's done that will and mind and intent enters the world, and cities get built and armies sent marching and religious revelations written down and so forth and so on. But I think that you see, for years I was like crying in the wilderness about this ramping up towards some kind of hyper-complex unravelment of the social machine in the very short term. But now I feel much more confident than I was 10 years ago. Now 10 years closer to the end date, because the internet looks to me like the backbone of the emergent thing. I mean, the internet is a huge and not fully comprehended cultural step that we have now totally committed ourselves to. It's nothing less than the building of a thinking nervous system the size of the entire planet. And our most important, we're wedded to this thing. Our banking, military planning, corporate capitalization, long-term planning, design process, inventory control, resource extraction, everything is running on this strange companion that we built to be indestructible because we built it at the height of the Cold War. And so, it has no nodes of control, and it's the most complex thing ever put in place on this planet since DNA, cooked itself out of the primal ocean.
Again, somehow are those people that have had these experiences going to be spared a certain type of...
you put your finger on it. It's that to the degree that people are psychedelic, they will be less anxious about what will happen. Because what psychedelics show you is that there is life after history. There is something outside of culture. If you don't know that, by one means or another, then you will define what is happening as, the end of the world, the literal apocalypse, the collapse of everything, when in fact that's not what it is. It's just the collapse of historical, print-based cultural models and models of the self and the psyche, I embrace it. I mean, we're not about to blow out here or go extinct, and we never escaped from the yoke of nature. Nature has taken some hits in this neighborhood. 65 million years ago, an object encountered the Earth that nothing larger than a chicken on the entire planet survived that encounter. And guess what it cleared the way for? The flowering plants, the source of all these compounds we're so interested in, and the ascendancy of the mammalian order, our dear selves. We are here because of the most appalling bad hair day this planet ever endured. So, when you start judging this stuff and saying, what's good, what's bad, it's very hard to say. Nature is incredibly profligate and will take enormous chances to preserve novelty, to keep the novelty game going. And so I feel, that in a sense nature will open a way for us. Nature is interested in this process. We represent the greatest step in organizational realignment and redesign since life left the oceans. Yeah.
It's grace. It's the will of God that makes these more and more complex systems fall into place.
This relates to a question which was unanswered here this morning, which was about teleology. The Darwinian theory of evolution is very hostile to teleology. First of all, what is teleology? Teleology is the idea that the universe has a purpose. And Darwinian evolution is hostile to this because Darwinian evolution arose in 19th century England, where the reigning intellectual paradigm was called deism. And deism is the idea that God made the universe like a clockmaker, and then he went away and left it going. In other words, the divine clockmaker. The universe was structured by a force which has now withdrawn from it. And Darwin and his circle were very clearly atheistic, and they wanted to see biology as requiring no purpose to direct it at all. And so they created the dual concept of random mutation and natural selection. Random mutation is just that because of copying errors, radiation, drift, toxic material in the cellular environment, that the DNA messages degrade. So that's mutation. Then random selection is that this DNA is then subjected to the selective winnowing out that the environment lays against it. So by the meshing of these two processes, this is Darwinian theory, by the meshing of random mutation and natural selection, you get the slow incremental emergence of new forms. And these forms, some of which confer advantage and some don't. Most don't, and they're eliminated. Those that do stay in the system, and incrementally the system seeks to come to equilibrium with the selective forces that are operating on it. But these selective forces, which are continent, incidental radiation from space, weather, climate change, so forth and so on, because these factors are themselves changing over time, mutating, the system can never come to equilibrium. And so for Darwinian evolution, evolution is what's called a random walk. The system destabilizes, it corrects itself. It destabilizes, it corrects. Destabilizes, corrects. And after billions of years of this, lo and behold, you get animals like ourselves. But these 19th century evolutionists were keen to say, do not imagine that this is God's purpose, or that the final form was prefigured in the original form. No, this just happened like this. Well, now we've had 150 years to absorb all this. In the meantime, Mendelian genetics, the particulate nature of the gene has been understood. The molecular nature of the gene has been understood. We can say some new things about this. Also, we are no longer under the spell of deism. That's a crank idea that nobody is that keen for. And so it's a different intellectual world. Well, now when we look at nature, we see a different picture. We see that where Darwin said nature is all red in tooth and claw, we see that the way to be a successful species, the way to survive, is to make yourself indispensable to your neighbors. Then, instead of attempting to push you down and extinguish you, if you can cut deals with everybody in your neighborhood, providing various chemicals or energy supplies or other affects in the environment, then everybody will begin to pull your way. So, in fact, cooperation is what is maximized among species. And a huge complex organic system like a coral reef or a rainforest is actually attempting to come to an equilibrium of balance that is the point of greatest benefit for the greatest number of organisms and species in the system. Well, this is a whole different picture. And it opens the possibility. These new sciences like complexity theory, global dynamics, chaos theory, have made it now respectable to think about processes that are drawn by something in the future rather than pushed from behind. In the 19th century, that was inconceivable. All that was known was the chain of cause and effect. But now we see that the temporal landscape has what are called basins of attraction in it, and that certain processes are actually drawn forward by their presumed end states. And so it seems less outlandish to us, I think, to suppose there is a purpose. And also we see a level of global integration and global mutation that Darwin couldn't have even dreamed of. Yeah.
The idea of elements of time having their particular qualities, have you correlated that with astrology at all?
Well, it's somewhat like astrology, except astrology believes that planets and stars and the arrangements among them represent shifts in a kind of energy field. In a way, this is more abstract. Wang Pi, who was a medieval Chinese mystic, his thought comes eerily close to my own, in that the way he pictured this was that you have the sequence moving in an abstract dimension, but you have the sequence moving at a certain speed, and overlaying that is another sequence moving at a different speed, and over that another version of the King-Wen sequence moving at another speed, and that a given moment is a slice through these levels that creates a unique juxtaposition of the levels. So it is in that sense very astrological, but it's all calculated independent of any observation of nature. Although, if it's true, then it's interesting that there are correlations in the cycles in the King-Wen sequence to astrological cycles. Specifically, the system that I elaborated on one level contains a cycle of 384 days. That's the number of lines, 6 times 64, the number of lines in a complete sequence of the I Ching, 384 days. Well, it happens to be 13 lunar cycles Exactly. Well, then if you take it times 64, you get a number, 67 years, 0.10425 days, which is 6 sunspot cycles. And sunspot cycles also occur in 33-year cycles. Well, it's known that the early Han Dynasty Chinese knew about sunspot cycles. They were the first people to observe them. So, without hypothesizing super technologies or any kind of Atlantis-type stuff, we see that the King Wen sequence could have been a kind of gear used in a system of multiplicans that predicted lunar cycles, sunspot cycles on 2 levels, and then with one further multiplication, this precessional great year, this 26,300 year cycle. So it's a neat kind of resonance calendar, and given the sorry state of Chinese calendar making in historical time, it's interesting that you can derive a very accurate calendar from the I Ching, more accurate than the calendar we're presently operating on. If you use a 384-day year length, the problem, of course, is that a year of that length would precess against the sun. But this may have been for political or religious or philosophical reasons acceptable at the time that calendar was formulated. My fancy is that there was a war, a calendrical war in the pre-Shang dynasty time, a war between the solar materialists and the lunar mystics, and it was basically a war about how the calendar should be, because the calendar is the largest frame of reality. For instance, our calendar, with its fixed equinoctial points, is a lie. Our calendar promotes a belief in the permanence of eternity, when in fact everything is slipping and sliding around. The fact that the equinoctial points are traversed every year on the same solar year day gives rise to a kind of patriarchal hubris, arguably. Yeah.
The difference between a schizophrenic and a psychedelic traveler being that maybe one can't navigate its way back. And I was wondering 2 things. One is, have you had any work with schizophrenics, and what was that interaction like? And the other was more a take on modern culture, the common channel surfing couch potato, that it has some schizophrenic quality to it. And I was thinking of the movie 12 Monkeys with the Brad Pitt character in the asylum, when he says that the thing that separates a sane citizen from insanity is how much he allows his culture to straitjacket him.
Well, I don't know. Schizophrenia is a very complicated subject because several syndromes, which are quite different, are all lumped under schizophrenia. Probably the kind of schizophrenia that I'm sensing you want to talk about is what's called process schizophrenia. This is where somebody becomes really spun up, and it can come after days of not sleeping or something, and then people begin to have really funny ideas, and they want to tell everybody about them, and they want to take, they go to the manager of the business with fantastic ideas that are going to make a whole bunch of money. The problem is they just don't make sense to anybody but them, or they start hearing voices, or they become convinced that they have a special mission. And it turns out that this phenomenon, which we pathologize pretty confidently, actually is not that different from people who are having real legitimate breakthroughs and understanding their lives in new ways. It's a shifting and reordering of the dominance of the psyche. And I tend to agree, he's dead now, but R.D. Laing, the English psychiatrist R.D. Laing, what I observed of schizophrenia went on at La Chirera in those days that are described in True Hallucinations, and my really strong conviction coming out of that was it should not be interfered with by depressive drugs, that it's some kind of a process, of a healing, of an acting out, and that the biggest favor you can do the person is to let them, to the greatest degree possible, do what they want to do and not interfere with them. And if you medicate them and incarcerate them, the thing is aborted and squashed and distorted, and then they have a great deal of trouble ever getting their act together. I was very fortunate. I mean, how many psychiatric residents have ever seen an untreated schizophrenic? You know, I mean, the minute these people hit the front door of a hospital, they're given stelazine or lithium or something. And yet, you know, it seems more as though Jung was on the right track. This is a process in the dynamics of the unconscious that wants to work itself out to a conclusion. Now, obviously, if they have violent fantasies or seem dangerous to themselves or other people, you can't let that go on. But I think the treatment of schizophrenia is largely at the convenience of the practitioner. And people are warehoused, and, you know, if I were going crazy, I think the thing that would really throw me over the edge would be to be put with a bunch of really crazy people. It's always seemed so odd to me that if you go bananas, they put you with all the other people who've gone bananas, who are the worst models for you to be in the presence of, and are quite unsettling to normal people, let alone people who are having boundary dissolution and self-identity problems. So, yeah.
There's some studies that show that what it creates is in schizophrenic states, there's a more common shift in brainwave rhythms, which is associated with an enhanced immune system and resultant less cancer. And I've been curious as to whether or not the use of psychedelics may also provide those frequent shifts, which are probably more necessary to health. So as soon as we depress, for instance, schizophrenics, what happens is they go back to normal cancer rate of the normal population, so their immune system doesn't function as well. So in terms of looking at enhanced immune function, whether or not frequent shifts, which coming in and out of psychedelics may, and I don't know if you know anything about that.
Well, in some sense, the kind of process schizophrenia, the messianic, grandiose schizophrenia that we're talking about here, is an overexpression of self-definition. And in that sense, you would expect an enhanced immune system to accompany it. The immune system defines the chemical self. So if the self is somehow being overexpressed to the point where it becomes a pathology or a burden on the functioning of the social group, then it wouldn't surprise me that the immune system would be functioning very efficiently. What else do I want to say about this? Well, I guess that's it.
Well, I guess that's about it for us today, too, huh? Say, did you catch that bit that Terence did about the Internet? Just keep in mind that this talk was given in the summer of 1998, and the net was still pretty new and unknown to the majority of people, even here in the United States. And it was during some conversations with Terence during that weekend, along with the dialogue between him and Ralph Abraham that Saturday night, that inspired my last book, The Spirit of the Internet, which, by the way, you can read online on the MatrixMasters.com site. And as soon as I can get around to it, I'm going to put it up in PDF version online. You can just download it for free and print it out yourself and read it. A little easier than reading the HTML pages. Soon, actually, that'll be the only way you're going to get a hardback copy or a printed copy, because I've finally gotten down to the last few hundred of the paperback copies. Soon I can stop carrying all that around every time I move. Well, it's really too bad Terence isn't still with us today, so he could join in some of the discussions about human-machine symbiosis that are taking place on some of the more esoteric online lists today. His understanding, I think, of how big a role the internet was going to play and is going to play in the years immediately ahead is, well, he was just really ahead of his time right back then. Can you imagine what a fantastic rap he could spin off from one of the current discussions on some of the AI lists about the odds of the first general artificial intelligence to manifest itself being in favor of that event taking place on what is currently the largest interconnectable public computer complexes in the world, namely Google's? I'll leave you to speculate on that one on your own for now. It does present some interesting possibilities, though, particularly since Google already uses a lot of technology, a lot of robots to do its work, and they're really good at what they do. For one example, when these podcasts started becoming more popular, I had to find a way to pay for the increased bandwidth that we were using, and so I decided to try adding a strip of Google's AdSense ads on some of my blogs. So at the main MatrixMasters.com site, I decided to test it first in my War on Drugs blog, just to be sure there wasn't any way that they would put up some ads with that, just say no bullshit and stuff like that. So I did a test, and the very first ad that came up was for legal services from a good friend of mine, Richard Boyer. Some of you probably already recognize that name, because in addition to his private law practice, Richard is director of the Center for Cognitive Liberty, which is one of the websites you definitely need to have bookmarked if you don't already. You can find that at www.cognitiveliberty.org. Anyway, when the Googlebot pulled that ad up first, I knew right then that Google probably knows a lot more about me than most of my friends do, because I can guarantee you that Google is the only one of that group who's read every single one of the 1 million+ words on the thousands of pages I've posted on the MatrixMasters.com site in the last 7 years. So beware, or I would suggest rather you be bold and blog your thoughts on Google. After all, if the big artificial intelligence wakes up in Google's network one day, don't you want it to know a little about you in your own words? Well, I think I'll leave you with that one to chew on for a while. Maybe have a little smoke, kick back, and kick around some of these thoughts, some of these out-of-the-box ideas. What have you got to lose, if you start thinking way outside of your particular cultural box these days? Unless you're perfectly satisfied with the life you're living right now, you don't have a lot to lose just by trying a few new ideas on for size. Give it a try, Thinking can really be a lot of fun, at least when you get really far outside the box. Just be sure to keep one foot on the ground, though. We want to be sure to see you all again back here in the Psychedelic Salon for our next podcast, when we'll continue this series of Terence Mckenna from the summer of 1998. So thanks for being here today. And as always, thanks to Chateau Hayuk for the use of their music here in the Psychedelic Salon. And for now, this is Lorenzo signing off from Cyberdelic Space. Be well, my friends.